Ms. Butts, the Detroit man charged with murdering 13-year-old NAZIYAH Harris, he appeared in court for the first time since his case was bounded over for trial. CBS News reporter Jack Springate sat on today's proceedings to tell us everything that happened in court today.
Welcome in, everybody.
Today's hearing was more procedural than informative, but it did set the timetable for some of the next steps in this trial. The biggest development arguably happened outside the courthouse, and that was learning how much attention NAZIYAH's story's been getting since last week's preliminary hearing. Butts entered a not guilty plea before the court scheduled a calendar conference set for March 7th at 9 a.m. That's when deadlines to file motions, motion hearing dates, and potential trial dates will be set. One of NAZIYAH's adult cousins and staunchest advocates said her story has taken off ever since the preliminary hearing.
There are a few celebrities that have reached out. It's reached some very top tier platforms. So I'm hoping that, it moves in the right direction that it needs to go on.
Roxy says one of these celebrities was Detroit's very own Skilla Baby, who not only said he'd cover the cost to throw a community gathering to honor NAZIYAH's life, but he's also changed his profile picture to this photo of her.
I'm very thankful that Skilla Baby decided to, step up to the plate and take care of everything. And it's just awesome how the community is coming together all behind NAZIYAH.
Roxy told me her reaction to much of the online chatter that sided with Judge Aaliyah Sabri's observation that those caring for NAZIYAH when she was abused didn't do enough to protect her.
Accountability matters. It's some things that you can be able to forgive your family members for, and this is just one of those things that I just personally can't. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And everyone involved in it needs to take accountability.
Roxy says she would have.
Shout out to everybody in the building. So listen, I want to go over, some of y'all may know that it was a rift with the family that was actually helping in this case, including Roxy Rocks, Kiwana, I think her name is, and Jernell. And so a lot of people is talking about this, and I believe that this is what made a lot of people pick sides and all of that. And so I have been following a lot of what Roxy Rocks and Mark is putting out, which is awesome. I mean, they were like boots on the ground. Mark was instrumental in the beginning. Roxy came through, and she's very, very instrumental and very vocal, which is what we need when cases happen like this. For whatever reason, people don't realize that it's important for the family to speak out. That's what the community needs to hear. We need to hear from the family. And obviously, the family that she was staying with is not saying enough, and people are obviously not siding with them or understanding what went on in the household and how this all happened. And a family that is speaking out is being attacked, and I just wanted to kind of let people know what's going on with that and listen to both sides. What both of them are saying is equally important because it's all getting to the information concerning NAZIYAH. And then over here, for the people that's new over here, I like to stick to the facts of the case. So I'm going to be going over the Wayne County prosecutors' information, what they put up in the case, the details and all of that stuff, and the facts of the case and what we will be hearing when the trial begins and all of that stuff. It's a lot of different things being said, and so it's a lot. It's crazy because as long as I've been doing this, just even coming into it with the Kanika Jenkins case, not reporting back then, but following it, that was the first case. It was fighting then. Every case have fights in it, and it's sad. Whatever the fight is for, whether it's for publicity, who getting the most attention, it's just crazy. But we gonna talk about it. Shout out to Joe Delaney, Thrive and Glow with Joe. Welcome in to Natasha. Thank you for being here. Shout out to the most hated Bronze. Shout out to Double Speak in the building. Welcome in, everybody. Double Speak was the first in the building. So thank y'all so much for being here. I'm going to let this play out, and then we're going to get right into it.
Have never let this happen if she were still living in Detroit 1 year ago. Again, Butts will be back in court on March 7th for that calendar conference, and you can continue to follow along.
Y'all notice that let me go take that back.
1 year ago. Again, Butts will be back in court on March.
With some things that you can be able to forgive your family members for, and this is just one of those things that I just personally can't. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And everyone involved in it needs to take accountability.
Roxy says she would have never let this happen if she were still living in Detroit 1 year ago. Again, Butts will be back in court on March 7th for that calendar.
So March 7th is when he's expected to be back into court. And so we'll be here for all of that, y'all. But in the meantime, we catching up on everything that's happening with this case, in and around the case. And I'm not following all the crazy stuff, but things that's important that I feel is important. So the first thing I want to talk about is the information that we're going by, the court is going by. This is it. So this information was put out by the prosecutor. Her name is Kim L. Worthy. She's the Wayne County prosecutor. This information is coming from her. We are on part 6 or 7 now. So Jarvis Ramon Butts, aka Jarvis Ramon Butts, 41, of Detroit, has been charged with the homicide of NAZIYAH Harris, who was 13 years old, also of Detroit. At the time of her disappearance, January 9th, 2024, the body of NAZIYAH has not been found. So while I read this, I wanted to pull this up because we want to talk again about, what halted this case in the beginning. So I might even pull up some clips from the hearing that we did have. But okay, so this is one of the pictures, the one with her with this phone held up. This is one of the pictures that her aunt Shannon had posted on her page, asking people to share it and letting people know that she was missing. Now, what I don't understand is why post a picture like this? NAZIYAH was always on social media. She was always dancing. She has so many different social medias, TikTok, Instagram, wherever she could dance at. That's how people was able to see the chain in front of the refrigerator, because she was dancing in front of it. But she posts this picture that don't look like her. And then this, from my understanding, was the first picture that was also put out that also don't look like her. She looked more like this picture, the one with the hood, the round face, the nose, that everybody is noticing that she's pregnant in this picture, right? They did not use the most recent picture. Like, this was the actual picture that she took that day, And so I still have questions about that, right? My question still is the laptop. And when I'm reading this, we're going to get to that. Not the laptop, but the tablet. How many tablets did she have? And did they pick this tablet up from her house? Okay. We heard the testimony of her auntie, who said that she plugged in a tablet and she was able to find some messages that was between her and NAZIYAH that made her text him and say, it's whatever she said, it's over, you can keep it, I see it, and all the stuff she said on trial. How many tablets did she have? It's looking like it was just one tablet. And if it was just one tablet, how did her tablet get home? How did her tablet get home? If this is her in school with her tablet, taking her picture. This is her school issued tablet. How did that tablet get home if she never came home? And so remember, initially we was told that in the beginning of the case, this is what they said that she had on. They said here that she had on, I can't even see it, but y'all can see it, right? It gives a description that she had on a blue jean shirt. Do y'all see the sweater she got on in this picture? This is what she had on when she went missing. Why did they say she had on a light blue sweater? She had on a blue jean. She had on blue jeans, a blue jean shirt, right? She had on this like turtleneck sweater with a sweatshirt over it. That's just crazy to me. Now, this is something that Shannon posted on her page on January 11th, which is when they got the information from the school. See, the school, when the grandmother went to the school the next day, They did an investigation. They came out. They the ones that put this stuff and all of that. So they did do a little bit of investigating. The issue came when the guy that initially got the information from the school, he retired. He said he handed off to another person that they did whatever they did, and that's that other person. I'ma pull him up and we'll listen to what he had to say. But how did Shannon look in her tablet if she never came home that day? So that's just that's a question I need answered. Like, but anyway, I'm gonna read what it is. But anyway, let me go also back to this picture. No, not that one. This picture. Notice, like, okay, if you follow her or looked at any of her social media, she had on belly shirts in a lot of her videos, and she had on tight fitting shirts. Then all of a sudden, she's in sweatshirts and coats and all that. And then this is the Rugrats colorful coat that I believe that the auntie seen her in, that day. This is the coat that she was wearing, I do believe. Let me go back to this in the bus. So I'm guessing that's the same coat. I mean, it looked different. Anyway, I don't know. What color did they say this coat was? Did they say? I can't see it, y'all. Let me go look over here. Maybe I can see it on the other side. Yeah, I could see it if this was caught up. Okay, so the coat. Okay, they said the light. Hold on. It says she was wearing a light blue jean shirt. Where's the jean shirt at? Light blue jean pants, which that do look like she got on jean pants. Pink and white Rugrats coat with fur around the hood. I guess that kind of looked pink there, but not the other picture, but they could have changed it. I don't know. It's a Rugrats coat, though, so I'm thinking that's the same coat. But the shirt is wrong. Why did they get what she had on? We seen the morning routine. They were still doing the morning routine according to the grandmother, right? So they lined all the kids up against the wall at the morning routine. They didn't see what she had on to give a good description. And then another thing that I didn't pick up on when I was listening to Shannon's testimony, she said that lady, which is NAZIYAH's mother, she was already scheduled to come and visit her in December. Her mother was coming. And she said something like she was talking to her about that every day. It's almost like she was insinuating that NAZIYAH had an issue with her mother coming. Let me see if I can find that since I'm talking about it now. I did a short, so it should be easy to find. Let me pull that up right quick. It's one of these.
Now, during the time that you and Mr. Butts were together, he's had children with other women. Correct. Pretty consistently with other women. Correct.
It ain't this one, but we'll listen anyway.
More than one woman. Correct. Some of those women you actually knew about, correct? Correct. They lived kind of even in the same neighborhood on the east side. Correct. But you suspect that there were women that you didn't know about? Correct. Even one that lived, or more than one that lived over on the west side? Correct. You believe he was going out there to see somebody around the end of 2023, January 2024? Correct.
I believe that one of the reasons for saying all of this is to show that this man can't do no wrong in her eyes. He can have babies, multiple women. She can be getting into it with women. She can have a baby. She can have a baby. Everybody can have a baby. And no matter what this dude do, she still is with him. That's why they showing that. And so with that being said, if she'll allow this, she'll allow that too, just for the sake of keeping a man. What do y'all think?
Before January the 9th, you had a conversation with NAZIYAH about a location on Outer Drive in Belfort? Yes. And that was surprising to you, right? Correct. That's on the east side of Detroit? Yes. Did you end up giving her directions? No.
Yeah. That's what's crazy. The week she went missing, she was asking her for a location like that. I'm looking for something else though. Hold on.
You had a conversation with NAZIYAH about a location on Outer Drive in Belfort?
Well, yes. Yeah, we'll listen to
and that was surprising to you, right? Correct. That's on the east side of Detroit? Yes. Did you end up giving her directions on how to get to that location? Yes. Why did you give her directions? I was just getting out the shower and just getting...
This don't make any sense, but pay attention to how she started it out, making excuses. I was just getting out the shower, getting myself together, and she asked me this, and she said that. That's suspect. They asking these questions for a reason.
Stuff together. She asked me, she said, hey, TT. She said, where is Belfort and Outer Drive? And I told her, I said, you know exactly where Belfort and Outer Drive at? I said, Outer Drive is right where the wine basket at. And I said, you know where Belfort at? And she was like, I get Balfour and Bedford mixed up. So I said, you already know Belfort is before Bedford. So she said, okay. She said, because we are in school and we are learning about our surroundings. So
she told her why she was asking. She told her, but she didn't ask her why she was asking her that. But she told her, you know where it is. And then her only association with it is Jarvis. But you didn't know nothing.
Okay. But that was the only two things. You had a conversation with...
Yeah, all that is shady, y'all. Every bit of it.
You had a conversation with NAZIYAH about...
Hold on.
Around the same time... around the time, December, January, was her mother supposed to come visit, her biological mother?
Y'all hear that? Her mother was already planning to come and visit her in December and January. And maybe, just maybe, like NAZIYAH could avoid a little bit people in the house. But if her mother was coming and she was showing, it is confirmed she was at least 4 months. And I thought that I heard them say September. She was at least 4 months. Could have been 5, because if she knew she was pregnant in September, she already was a month. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I believe she was a good 5 months, 4 or 5 months for sure. And she was not going to be able to hide that from her mother. And her mother wasn't going to go for that either, allegedly. This is just something that I'm thinking. Because why did everything needed to happen then? Jarvis was about to go get locked up that following day. Her mother was scheduled to come December and January, and all attention was going to be on NAZIYAH from her mother. How was NAZIYAH feeling about her mother coming? This is what Shannon is talking about right here.
Around the same time, December, January, was her mother supposed to come visit, her biological mother? Yes. Did she end up coming to see NAZIYAH? Yes, she did. Did NAZIYAH seem to have some big emotions about that contact? Yes. Was it complicated, fair to say? Yes.
What was complicated about it? You know, and I hope more of this come out in trial. But her mother was already there. And then in the text messages that they was putting out January 11th, she didn't even post nothing about her being missing until the 11th from what I seen, right? She went missing on the 9th. It was nothing posted until the 11th. Those are the messages that I was going through yesterday. Everything from the 11th, she made 4 posts about her missing niece. But the most important post was the refrigerator being chained, because that's the one that she pinned to her channel.
Did she talk to you about that? All the time.
So that's all they said about that. So would NAZIYAH talk to you about that all the time? So I wonder, what was NAZIYAH's feelings about her mother, and what was their conversation about her mother being there? Because in those text messages on the 11th of January in 2024, they were talking about Lady still being there. Lady still here.
About that contact? Yes. It's complicated, fair to say? Yes. Did she talk to you about that? All the time. NAZIYAH? Yes, she did. Biological mother? Yes.
Let me take it back.
Same time, around the time, December, January, was her mother supposed to come visit, her biological mother? Yes. Did she end up coming to see NAZIYAH? Yes, she did. Did NAZIYAH seem to have some big emotions about that contact? Yes. It's complicated, fair to say? Yes. Did she talk to you about that? All the time.
I would love to know what that was about. Was she happy,
Did you know
sad?
anything?
Don't
Did you
sound
notice
like she was
anything? You
happy.
said you didn't notice anything in a changing mood. So, no. What about physically? No.
I don't know how I missed that, y'all, but I was this is what I'm saying. You could listen to something 1,000 times and get something different every freaking time. I totally missed that. I might have been reading or something when they said it. But yeah, that is what she said, and I didn't even realize that. So just so happened her mother was there when it's all happened. And that's why people were saying, because I remember hearing, they were saying that lady took her back to Ohio and all this kind of stuff. Like, this dude is so damn irresponsible. I mean, everything that he did was horrific, right? But he knew, and let me go back to the details of this case. He knew in September that she was pregnant, and he waited to January to do something about it. And I mean, it's ridiculous that it happened, period, right? But what I'm saying, this guy is freaking disgusting, and he takes advantage however he can. Okay, so this is some of the information that I'm reading. Okay, so where did I leave off at? I'll just start over. So we got Jarvis Ramon Butts, aka Jarvis Ramon Butts, 41 of Detroit, has been charged with homicide of NAZIYAH Harris, who was 13 years old, also of Detroit, at the time of her disappearance on January 9, 2024. The body of NAZIYAH has never been found. The Detroit Police Department conducted a comprehensive investigation, which included witness statements, surveillance videos, numerous documents, phone extractions, police reports, and medical reports. The Wayne County Prosecutor's Office reviewed 111 gigabytes of video, 506 gigabytes of phone extractions, and 19 gigabytes of documents. It ain't no way, man. Listen, they got it all. So the overwhelming evidence in this case leads to the tragic conclusion that NAZIYAH was murdered by defendant Butts. Here's the summary of the case. Okay, on January 9th, 2024, NAZIYAH went missing. She was reported missing on that date by Harris. She was reported missing on that date. Now, that's the first time I'm hearing that, because I've been hearing that she was reported. Look, some of this stuff could be a typo, but I'm reading it. But that's what it just said. On January 9th, 2024, NAZIYAH went missing. She was reported missing on that day by Annette Harris, her adoptive mother, who is her biological grandmother. When she did not come home from school, she had never... No, this is not true, because we heard them say that she went up there the next day. So this is a typo. I mean, golly, if I can't read this and get the facts. But anyway, we reading it anyway. Like, okay, that's humans make errors, okay? But god dang, like, this is one of the things that's confusing to some people. But we know, we've heard enough that it was the next day. She had never gone missing from school before. The Detroit Public School Police Department investigated the case until early February of 2024, when it was turned over to the Detroit Police Department Missing Persons Homicide. Okay, so it was turned over in February of 2024. We heard how that came about. We listened to the lead investigator, who said that she was actually asked to take a look at the case February. I know she said she got it February 12th. She was asked to look into the case, right? So it wasn't in their office at the time that she was asked to look, but she looked. And then she found out a lot of information that could have went ahead and forwarded to investigations. Like, it should have never sat at the school. You know, it was enough information to determine that she was not just a runaway. She was missing. Because, and I'll get to that. Okay, so it says so until the case the Detroit Public School Police Department investigated the case until early February 2024, when it was turned over to the Detroit Police Department's Missing Persons Homicide Unit. So the events of the case, and so that's right there at the bottom. So the events of January 9th, 2024, NAZIYAH took the school bus to school. Okay. She took the school bus to school. She had her hair in 2 braided puffballs, clear frame glasses, a sweater with a black jacket over it, a colorful Rugrats puffy jacket with a fur-lined hood, with light blue jeans and Nike shoes. That was changed, obviously, because we see what we got from the school. And that was this description right here. So they have a video of her getting on that bus. So they know that she got on the bus, right? So they said there is a video of NAZIYAH getting on the school bus. NAZIYAH used a DPS issued tablet that she used to communicate, and communicated with an app. So it's not true that you can't go on these apps on DPS issued tablets. She took one picture of herself on that tablet, and this is the picture that she took, the one where she's waving at. Okay. Using her tablet, she sent a message to a device associated with butts, indicating that they would be meeting up after she got out of school that day. Now, remember, Shannon said that she got a call that they was coming to pick up the tablet. She plugged it in at her mother's request before the person got there to pick up the tablet, right? So that's telling me that she went home. I mean, am I tripping? Like, how did the tablet get home? How did the tablet get home? Like, please make it make sense, because I ain't read nowhere yet that it was 2 tablets. But let me keep reading. I'm just saying, these are the things I'm questioning. She took her last picture. And then another thing, if we know that there was a tablet, that information from the tablet, he couldn't really remember who he got the tablet from. That's the guy that I was talking about, that I was going to pull him up, because it just... Dang, I ain't even... Hold on, y'all. I didn't even know I still had that song going. My bad. Y'all probably can't hear it that good. It was supposed to have been changed. What the heck? Okay. Now let me turn that down. All right. So NAZIYAH, she used a DPS issued tablet that she used to communicate, and communicated with the app. She took her last picture of herself on that tablet. See the attached photo. Using her tablet, she sent a message to a device associated with butts, indicating that they would be okay. So would this have been the message? This would have been the message that she seen. Remember, she said that she seen the tablet. I mean, she seen this message. She hit him up and was like, I don't even know what to think and blah, blah, blah. I'm done. All that, right? This must have been the message that she seen because it was on the tablet, right? She said it wasn't sexual in nature, but this do make sense that she would have seen this because she don't know what to believe, right? That's what I'm looking at right here. Shout out to my BFF, my HMIC in the building. Yes, please smack that thumbs up, y'all. Double tap the screen or hit the 3 dots to the right. They have tablets at school, but this was not the last picture she took. Her hair and clothes were different that day. This is what they are saying was the last picture that she took. Absolutely. Right here where she's waving. Hello. But she's really waving goodbye. They definitely, the prosecutor said that. So yeah. I think she went home as well and changed her clothes. Exactly. That's what makes sense to me right now. Because how are they talking about the same tablet? They talking about the same tablet. Okay. So let's finish reading. Okay, so that's the attached picture. As a matter of fact, this picture, and I don't know if you trolling or not, Key Pal or whatever, but this picture is attached to the documents that I'm reading as her last picture. So that's not even a question. Let me go back to the screenshot that I had up. Okay, so wait, is that not the right one? Yeah, this is the one. All right. So she took one last picture of herself on the tablet, see attached, which is a picture that I just showed. Using her tablet, she sent a message to a device associated with butts, indicating that they would meet up. They would be meeting up after she got out of school that day. Could this have been the message that Shannon seen? There is a video of her getting out of the bus at the end of the day in the same clothes. She meets up with Butts and a co-worker and goes back to their auto shop on Connor in Detroit. And we know that we heard King say that Jarvis said, oh, there's my niece walking across the street. They put in Ashley liquor store and they picked her up from there. I don't know where that's at. Hold on. So I just remembered that I was looking for this little note that I wrote. It's not Ashley Liquor Store. It's called Angel Liquor Store. Angel's Liquor Store on Harper Street is where they picked her up from. Obviously, I mean, I'm not from Detroit. I don't know where that's at and how far it is from where she got off the bus at. How far did she walk? How many cameras did she walk by, like, to get there, right? And then I think it's another typo here too, but I'ma still read it. Okay. This is crazy though. So there's a video of her getting out of the school. There's a video of her getting out of school at the end of the day in the same clothes. She meets up with Butts and a co-worker and goes back to their auto shop on Connor in Detroit. NAZIYAH is seen by Butts' sister at the shop. Butts, the co-worker, and NAZIYAH were together in the co-worker's car when they went to Ypsilanti and then returned to the shop on Connor. All they had to do was look for her. This is what I was saying, been saying, but what I said yesterday, if only they would have just went up to that shop. They didn't even bother to look for her. He should have been the first person that they contacted. But we did find out she did contact him at some point. I just don't know what time she did that. Still no Twitter. Bud's phone places him at these locations. You know, Ypsilanti and everything, the shop and all that. Now it says at 9:30 p.m. until 12:20 p.m. Butts checked into a motel. Now, okay, it said that he checked into the motel from 9:30 p.m. to 12 p.m. But was he at the motel all that time? You know, because I thought I heard that he was somewhere in the AM doing some stuff too. So that's questionable. Now, one thing that I did not read is that NAZIYAH was with him. They're not saying if she was with him or not. It just says at 9:30 p.m. to 12:30 p.m. Butts checked into a motel. There's a receipt confirming this. There's a receipt confirming this, as well as his phone, placing him in that location. NAZIYAH is never seen again after January 9th. They breezed right by that motel. Like, was she with him or not? I don't think they have proof that she was with him, because they would have said it was surveillance video of him and with NAZIYAH, or you know what I'm saying? Like, but it was something the detectives did go over there, obviously, and I think they seen that he had signed something or something. But by the time they went over there, it was February. The video was probably recorded over, because they ain't said nothing about no video. They talking about a receipt and a phone location. So where's the video? Where's the proof if NAZIYAH was with him or who was with him at that motel, I should say. But obviously he used that as some type of bait. I mean, some type of home base. And obviously NAZIYAH was with him at some point. I mean, yeah, she would have had to be with them, I'm assuming, right? Because King's testimony said, he said they got back from Ypsilanti. King said, okay, he said they left the shop about 7:30 p.m. to go to Ypsilanti, and it takes about 35 to 45 minutes to get to Ypsilanti. They go there, they pick up the car or dropped off the car. They had picked it up too with NAZIYAH with them. At 8:45, they got back to the shop. Now, January 10th of 2024, Jarvis did not work. And I think on the 11th, he did show up for work. And then February 7th is when he got locked up. King was questioned February 13th and in March about this. Okay. So NAZIYAH is never seen after January 9th, 2024. So from what I'm reading, they don't have no visual on her besides that picture we see, that video we see of her walking down the street. That's the last visual they got on her. If they had another one, they would have been showing us that. So they don't know who was at the hotel with him. Was it NAZIYAH and somebody else there? Did this unaliving happen where did it happen at? You know what I'm saying? Like, where did it happen at, if it happened? See, right now, they just assuming that she's passed away. They don't, I mean, they got the DNA and stuff like that, but how much was it? Like, if they just found evidence of this stuff on her clothes, these kind of disappearings and not finding a body is hard, because you could think that they are unalived and they still alive somewhere. I just don't think he that smart, but really, like, all right. So he was checked in that hotel. So if he was checked in from 9:30 to 12:30 p.m., that means he would have had to check out that would have been after checkout. Like, I believe it should be 12 a.m., 12:20 a.m., but I could be wrong. I'm gonna have to look at something else to confirm that. But anyway, Butts checked into a motel. All right. So there's a receipt to show that NAZIYAH was never seen. More complete facts and evidence in the court will be introduced on the record in court. So Butts' inappropriate relationship with her. Okay. Now, prior to January 9th, 2024, the DPD, Detroit Police Department investigation revealed that Jarvis Butts was well known to NAZIYAH because he is the father of NAZIYAH's aunt's children, who is her biological aunt. It is alleged that Butts sent NAZIYAH multiple texts of sexual explicit nature beginning in September of 2022. And I remember some of them first messages was talking about, it was a birthday party going on. It was one of his kids' birthday parties. This is why they was asking Shannon about this, if he ever been in a house and all of this. Because these text messages clearly show that he was in a house. And they was well aware of it. So they lied right there on stand. So, anyway, beginning in September of 2022, these messages. So in return, she sent him explicit photos of herself. It is alleged that in September of 2023, okay, it is alleged that in September 2023, she texts Butts that she has not had her period. And in November of 2023, the evidence shows that Butts knows that she is pregnant. So she texts him that she hadn't had her period. And then I remember him asking how long, when did this happen, or how long? And she says, since I was in the hospital. Now I'm wondering, why was she in the hospital? Because, I haven't heard anybody addressing that. What was she in the hospital for? I wonder. There is a petition going on that need to be signed, y'all, and this is to protect the children, enforce strict measures against known violators of CPS rules. Just like they stick to that, harboring somebody, like if a CPS kid go leave, like this came up before. One of the family members wanted to take them in, and they threatening them, well, you can get locked up for harboring a minor and all this, right? So just let them go out there in the street and just let them get into more trouble. But it's okay to be a foster parent and clearly don't obey the rules of having these children. And this explains why this bastard wasn't registered nowhere. How did he even get away with that? He should have been locked up the moment he didn't register. And perhaps she could have been saved. If everybody was in place doing their job, this would have never happened. He was not even being tracked as this guy spent 10 years. The stuff that he's done to young girls, they should have never took their eye off of this bastard. This dude's so damn comfortable, he got other people picking up kids for him. He taking pictures with the kids. He ain't worried about nothing. You see this? He ain't worried about nothing. Why? Because he's powered by the mothers, allegedly. Ain't no damn way. The first time he seen his own damn child, he violated her at the age of 8. That's the 20-year-old that's talking, I do believe. I could be wrong, but I think so. This bastard, he is disgusting. Should have never been around. I wouldn't allow him around my female cats, okay? No pets. Hey, don't underestimate these people at all. They will do whatever they can. And we already heard what he was doing. Getting close to women to get close to their children. And they sitting up here posting missing pictures like this. That don't look like her. I'm like, that don't even look like, I mean, she look way younger there, but that don't even look like her. This don't look like her. Who the hell? I mean, it don't look like her. I wouldn't have picked that picture looking for her. And why would you pick a picture with her making a face instead of her just a straight face? And if you had the tablet, why didn't you look in it before January 21st? If you really was looking for her. And if she came back home, why didn't nobody, where's that information? Because that's what it's looking like. How did her tablet get home, y'all? How? Anyway, So it began September 22. In return, she sent him explicit photos of herself. It is alleged that September 2023, she sent Butts text messages that she had not had her period. And in November of 2023, the evidence shows that Butts knows that she is pregnant. And I don't think they talked about that evidence in court. So that all that's going to come out. At what point did he know and all that? I heard him talking about getting tests and all this stuff. And anyway, now I'm trying to remember what month was that she was asking for pads. When was that? Because I already said, like, you could have periods and still be pregnant. You could have that last one and be pregnant as all get out. So that don't mean nothing. A lot of times it'll just be off by a day or something, maybe. Something off about it'll be, but that don't mean nothing. So he knew, though, by the according to the evidence, he knew for sure in November of 2023, and the evidence shows that Butts knows that she's pregnant. His phone record shows that he searched online about abortion pills and all of that stuff, drinking antifreeze. And then on January 10th, it is alleged that Butts was in the Rogue River area in Detroit. Now, this dude just all over the place, dropping evidence everywhere. Ain't no telling where he put her at. So January 10th, 2024, I don't know what time that was, but he was there at the river in Detroit. The clothing of NAZIYAH that she was last seen wearing was found in that same area. More complete facts and evidence in this case will be introduced in the record in court. So these are the facts that they're looking at to determine to support that she is no longer with us. This is what they going by. I'm going to make sure that I drop the link to this petition. I'm going to put it in the description box of this video because I know that right now it won't be clickable in my chat. But everybody need to sign that petition if you can. So NAZIYAH's school records showed no previous record of her. This is the supporting factors that she's deceased. NAZIYAH's school records showed no previous record of unexcused or unexplained absences. She was active on social media before January 9th. There's no new activity after January 9th. She has no contact with family or friends since January of 2024. She did not have any medical issues that would have caused a life-threatening medical emergency. An area known to Butts near the Rogue River, around 7 Mile and Berg Road in Detroit, was searched by DPD, the Michigan State Police, the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, and other law enforcement agencies. As a result, clothing was found and identified that is consistent with the clothing that NAZIYAH was wearing on the day that she went missing. There was damage to a piece of the found clothing that could indicate a struggle or a setup. Like, I mean, we seen the sweatshirt that had all those holes in the sweatshirt. I mean, it was consistent with bullets and jabs, but she ain't turned up yet. Where is she? Like, bodies usually turn up. But I mean, he could have her buried somewhere and just scattered her stuff everywhere. Mm-mm. Clearly he knows that well, I think he might have been hiding the phone from the girlfriends when he put it in the back of the car, and maybe not the police. But the fact that that phone was in the back of her car, it could it have been in the back of the car at some point, and he just, well, they was tracking the phone though. They found stuff by tracking the phone. Was it him doing all this, or was somebody working with him? More complete facts and evidence in this case will be introduced in the on the record. Okay, so charges for Jarvis Butts, aka Jarvis Ramon Butts. Butts have been charged with first-degree premeditated murder. A maximum penalty is life without parole. Child essay activity. Maximum penalty is 20 years. This nigga, look, and that's just what he is. Look, I don't say that often, but it definitely slipped. He gonna get life, okay? He definitely gonna get life. I usually say Inga, but yeah, this Inga, he gonna get life. But reading these charges pisses me off. Okay, so he getting life in prison without parole, child essay activity, maximum penalty 20 years, criminal essay conduct, conduct second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years or older, maximum sentence 15 years. He gonna get life. Statement from the prosecutor, Kim Worthy. She said the evidence in this case will clearly show that the defendant's alleged actions were beyond predatory. They are vulturous. He groomed and preyed upon I can't never say her name when I try to say it together. NAZIYAH, with expertise. We will provide that he killed young NAZIYAH after he found out she was pregnant at the age of 13 with his child. So that is the facts that we have, even though it's a couple things I question on here. But what do you do, man? What do you do? This is what we are, for the most part, going by. And then this was the third page here. Okay, so now we gonna get right into, I'm gonna look and see what y'all saying. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna open up the phone lines too, because who wants to call in? Let me know what y'all thinking, if y'all agree with anything that you heard, or got any things that y'all question. Like I said, we like to stick to the facts over here, because anything else is confusing. Like, confusion is the devil to me, right? So when a bunch of confusing stuff with no connection, I just can't do it. I mean, I see some things, but that's about it. I can't go down the rabbit hole of stuff that don't have no type of proof connected to it at all. It's just not me. Okay, so we there's the number if anybody want to call in. I do have it open. But we are going to listen in to the family and the things that they had to say. Like I said, it's a lot of different, a lot of people is just, you know what I feel like? People just be wanting to fight sometime to me. Like, and I'm talking about the just subscribers and people that's following the case, and when they call in and some of the stuff they say, some people just want to listen, not barely listen, but argue. They just want to have an argument. Like, people calling in for help and people accusing them of wanting attention. It's just stupid to me. But anyway, we gonna follow this case, and we gonna follow everything for the most part. besides stuff that's too stupid over here. So, okay, this is her family that was talking. This is coming from a channel, community. We listened to it already. Hold on, let me look.
You want to go first, Kimana, or you want me to go? Or you can go. It's fine. NAZIYAH was sweet. She was quiet, affectionate. She was an innocent child. She loved to dance.
Community Advocate Network.
Small, 6 months old, she could dance better than most grown people. Really good at school. Well behaved. She was isolated. So she didn't get the opportunity to even achieve her full potential. Okay, Kawana, do you want to share? Yeah, she was, like she said, she was a really loving young lady. She loved attention. She loved being around family. She was a typical little girl. She really was. And as she said, she just didn't have, the proper support. Okay, and I'd like to let the audience know, NAZIYAH, that name is kind of like a little different name for me, NAZIYAH. She was a 13-year-old, a young 13-year-old, coming home from school on the school bus, as any other that is a promiscuous and things like that. But she was a victim of.
Hold on, y'all. We gonna get it.
The house is right around the corner from the bus stop. Not even a 5-minute walk, literally. So again, has anyone figured out the amount of time? What was the time frame that she actually became missing? We know they said that she went missing after getting off of the bus. That's all we know. We just learned recently that they didn't realize she was missing until around 6 o'clock.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that's when the police called. Did the mother, the guardian notify the police?
Now, this particular video, it was actually January 9th, 2025. So this is the trial and all of that stuff happened. The preliminary hearing happened. Let me see.
No, all the information we received is that they claim that they went to look for her, but no neighbors on that block. We went and asked when we passed out flyers. The neighbors on that block said they didn't even know a little girl was missing, especially not the little girl from that house, because they were familiar with that house. Right. They were familiar with the house. Yeah. Were there any other children, young children, older children in the house that you know of? Multiple children frequent that household and live in that household. At least.
So this is what I'm gathering, right? So this is the family. This is the family that came out speaking up for her and everything, right? So I guess they was working on it first, and then Roxy came into it. Well, Roxy is getting a lot of attention now, and I don't know if they feel like she's stepping on their toes or what, but it's crazy because everybody should just come together. And yeah, they was on it first, allegedly, like before Roxy, but Roxy teamed up with Mark. And so that that kind of elevated Roxy. And so everybody could have just came into the fold, but it's seeming like it's a conflict with that, which that kind of stuff just really kills me. I hate that. Like, I really do. I hate that it's all about that. I don't know what the gripe is for real, but that's just kind of how it seems. But let's listen.
Let me see. 5, 6, 7.
Me personally, I don't have any problem with anybody, and I think it's very important. I know as a content creator that it is very important for family to speak because it gives us something to talk about. Like, after a case is dead and the news is not talking about it no more, and we've already went through all the information that we can go through, we need the family to talk. This is what's going to help keep the momentum going. So for the families, the family that is talking, for them to be feuding, I hope they have it resolved now. You see what I'm saying? Because it don't make sense. It don't. They all want her to get help. And then we have other people that's against, we got people taking sides of which family members they want to support, and then we got other people attacking them, period, because they like, where was y'all at when it was going on? And yet, it's just crazy. But I see this with every case that a lot of people is paying attention to. 8, 9, 10, at least 11 children. Wow, I've lived in that house recently, and if anybody have anything to say, just call the number, because I'm not really looking at the chat. I'm looking at it right now, but I can't study the chat. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to get the information out. But welcome in. Thank all of y'all for being here. Shout out to everybody in the building. And thank you, BFF. So if y'all got anything that's super important, just call. But BFF, she's paying attention to as much as she can. And welcome in to all of y'all in the building. Please double tap the screen and smack the thumbs up. It's so important. It helps YouTube know that y'all enjoying the stream, and it also will alert other people that we live over here. There and 2 others that may possibly still frequent the household. One of the things, Lori, if I can interject for a second, yes. One of the questions that is commonly asked in terms of the family, I want to. Now look, Sonia said NAZIYAH must have went back home after she got off the school bus, or perhaps Jarvis gave it to Shannon. Maybe. You never know. That's crazy. He seemed to be very comfortable in his mess, but somehow that tablet got back home. Now that I've completed I read everything that was presented, right? And I've listened to quite a bit. I have not found that it was 2 tablets, y'all. So how did her tablet get home if she was in school with that tablet? I'm just saying. I'm looking for that answer. Get through this and go on to. And then did she come home and change her clothes? Because they originally said she had on blue and white Nikes. They find the red and white Nikes, didn't take them at first. See, people don't realize that it is true, because I heard an argument somewhere about who found the stuff, right? In the court, in testimony, the lead detective, they don't mention Mark and them. They don't mention, but they did find it first. They absolutely did. Roxy actually says she found it first. And Mark came over there where she was at. I just know Mark and Roxy was together when that shoe was first found. Mark said, because I played it in one of my other live streams, he said, come to find out, that red and white Nike, he said, we waited for them. They called the police. They waited for them to come. They didn't come. So they end up leaving. 2 months later, Mark said he got intel that those red and white shoes was actually hers. Red, white, and black, or whatever, was actually Zaya's. But we heard the detective say that she sent the picture to Zaya's brother, and he confirmed that was her shoes by sending her a picture of Zaya in those shoes. But Roxy and Mark absolutely found them first. They did. I heard it. This was early, way before now. You see what I'm saying? This stuff, if you go back, you'll hear all the stuff. And people was arguing with her about that. It's just like, man, listen, people don't understand. Like, if you don't cover crime, I know from covering crime, they not about to give you no props. They gonna give it all to the detectives, the police. They not gonna say that. They not gonna necessarily say how they got led to it. And one thing that I did remember the lead detective saying, though, is that on the stand, she said it was community people was already out there when they arrived. So what does that tell y'all? The community did this. Y'all do know that the police depends on the community. As a content creator who report crime, I know this. They don't know until somebody tell them or they pull the records and stuff of social media and phones. Not only were there a lot of small children in the house, it has become public knowledge in terms of, number one, everybody knows
Jarvis Butts, who is been identified as the suspect in this crime, and of course, as of today, has been bound over to trial to face all those charges.
So the lady talking right now, this is her channel, Community Advocate Network. Check her out. I like to, if I'm playing something, I like to promote or let people know where I'm getting this information from. So this is the day of the trial. All of this stuff that they're talking about is they know what was said in court.
And even increased charges. The prosecutor added, or it upgraded, I think it's the better term, the grandmother's history in terms of her having her own children and how she was able to get foster children, and then was Jarvis Butts living in the home or not, things like that. If you guys could clarify for us, whatever information you can share.
And see, this is why it's important to get the family out. Who better to get this information from than the family? So ain't no way I'm gonna be sitting up here bashing and not listening to what the family, they know these got to say. They know these people. It's their family.
Because of course this is still,
and it's too bad that it didn't happen sooner and they couldn't save NAZIYAH, but they here now. Like, and see, I don't look, everybody just be like, oh, they just want attention. They just want, everybody ain't here for that, y'all. I wish y'all would quit. Some of y'all will quit thinking like that. That's why we can't come together. That's why everybody is just, I hate it, but whatever.
The ongoing investigation. So we don't want to say anything that's going to interfere with that process, but anything that you guys can share in terms of the dynamics of the home, as far as
people just be looking for a reason to fight. You know what I'm saying? Not for understanding. Some people are listening to your story just to debunk it, listening to your story to trash it, and just, I mean, I just see people just drag the wrong people. And it really is sad, and it's ignorant.
Maybe that Jarvis had to the children. You said how many children were in the house, but again, like I said, with the public already being aware that there was issues with the grandmother, would you either one of you know how she was able to bring in foster children in the home?
You want to answer that, Kiwana? You want me to answer it?
It don't matter. You can answer.
Lying.
Lies. She lied.
Now, if that is true, now this is coming from her family, right? Why she still, why people taking pictures of her in grocery stores still with the kids? It's like, I mean, CPS, you know what they call them? Legal child kidnappers. Hell.
And I'm assuming that foster care didn't do a very good check on her when she was able to even get custody of NAZIYAH and her brother, as well as not when she was able to get the other foster children she has cared for as well.
Yes, thankfully we stick to the facts, and yes, many people like argument. I agree. Exactly. It's like, yeah, I mean, people, miserable people, they jump all over this, and then they trauma bond with the case and make it about them and stuff that they've been through, and just say, oh, well, because I went through this is what they was thinking too. Not necessarily. Like, you know what I do? What I feel is that people lack compassion and empathy, and they do not put themselves in that position. They don't put themselves there. If this was you, how would you feel? How would you feel about people attacking you? Or how would you feel if this person said that? Or how would you feel if this was your loved one? I literally put myself there, and I have the compassion, you know, for the people. Like, I just don't get it. I was listening to Mark last night, and there was a lady on his show telling her story about a foster child that she has that's 15, 16, that's traumatizing her. And the court won't nobody do nothing. Now, she adopted this child, and she got a lot. She had to get rid of her weapon. It don't matter what he do. They won't do nothing because he's been deemed What I don't know, because I really wasn't trying to get into it like that, but he's been deemed by the court that no matter what he do, he can't get into no trouble. He will have to kill her or damn near kill her for him to get in trouble. Right? They told her she had to surrender her dang on weapons because of him. She can't get rid of him because he's hers now. And it'll be abandonment if she leave him. Now he's 16. Now, in some cases, if you go to the court and be like, well, this grown woman was messing with my 16-year-old son, they'll tell you, well, technically they can consent at the age of 16. You know what I'm saying? It's just like the law, it just don't work right when it's supposed to. Like, okay, so they can consent to sex at 16. But they can be crazy at 16 in your house and they can't get put the hell out. I mean, and then not only that, once they do get out of your house, as soon as they come in contact with the cops, they can take them out. And won't nobody say a damn thing, but won't nobody help this woman with this kid who she was trying to help. And then CPS didn't even tell her the truth about the kid and what he had been through in life. And now she got to sleep with locked doors while he on the other side of the door trying to get into her damn room and hit her over the head with a pot or something crazy, and she leaking all over the place. And the police come there talking about, hey, buddy, and all this crap, and won't let her get rid of this kid. Get out of here. Like, what's wrong with the system? And then we got a person that called in and went ham on this woman who's desperately needing help. I just would never understand that shit. And it makes me mad. I mean, that is just ignorant. Everything I just said pissed me off. Like, why ain't nobody helping this woman who tried to help this kid first? This is why people don't want to help foster kids, that don't want to foster kids, because you're not getting the backing that you need. I remember in my city, there was an older couple that adopted this kid that killed them both. Like, get the hell out of here. I just know, like, at some point, my own damn kid was getting on my nerves so bad that I wanted to send him back to wherever he came from, and I couldn't because he was mine. So I couldn't imagine feeling like that about a child that you didn't birth, and you got to sit up here in fear. And then they lied to you about what this child went through, and ain't nobody accountable for him but you. That's bullshit. That's crazy to me. It ain't right. Let me get back to this case.
Was the two children that she fostered and has adopted.
And also, I would like to add, we found that she had only made them aware that she had two children, and she has more than two children. So I don't know if cases were missed from that. I'm not sure. But
she has 7 children, and from what I understand, I have people I know who work in foster care and things like that. They ask you about your children. They want to interview your children, see how your children are, how they turned out, where they life with, what type of upbringing they had. Well, unfortunately, her 7 children, the first one ran away at a very young age. The second one, he stayed home to 18 and went to school. Then Zaya's mother, she has had some difficulties in life and ran away at 13. Then the next child ran away at 16. Then the next child left at 17 or 18. And they just all have been going through some triumphs in their life that we feel they would have never had to go through.
Now, y'all just heard her name all of these kids, and she named 2 of them before she even got to Zaya's mother. So, and I only heard her say one boy, 18, he stayed there, whatever. So is that the son? I wonder that's been, what's his name? Florentino. But from what she is saying, she don't have a great track record for being a good model mother. You know what I'm saying? To be raising other kids, because hers was running away every chance they got and, had some troubles.
But they had to have better parenting. This is one reason why my father, my father and my grandmother tried to help Annette when she was young.
Her father and grandmother. Now, this is Jernell, who is the great aunt of NAZIYAH. Okay?
she wasn't receptive to the help that she received. My grandmother and father got her 11 years old. She was pregnant. My grandmother helped her.
Now that's the part. I mean, who was she pregnant by at 11? Like, come on, man. We already know that this stuff happened within the home, within the family. What family member did this? Do you know that I was listening at this guy and he was saying that, look at him. He said, look at him. He said it looked like these kids came from a family member, like a father or an uncle or brother. He said something like, sometime if you look at them, they'll be have a backwards knee or something weird about them. They eye cockeyed or something weird about them that you would know that this is a child of a family member. You know what I'm saying? So could some of that be going on here? Because at 11, where was she at? Who was taking care of her? How did this happen? And when did it start? Because if she got pregnant at 11, how old was she when it first happened? So this mother grew up with this happening. And then 11 sounded like she was already ruined, y'all. Listen at this.
Her home paid for attorneys to help her get her baby because he ended up becoming a ward of the state because she was so young. And Annette just continued to be promiscuous and things like that.
She did not want help. At the age of 11, she couldn't even be helped. She couldn't be reformed from what she was used to. How long was that happening to her? Now, don't get me wrong. I ain't defending her at all. But how long was that happening? Because she know right from wrong too. But could it have been so bad to now that she's up? Obviously, something ain't right, y'all. 11 years old. You grew up with yeah. When did she start her menstrual? A lot of times, 9 is the age that I've heard, the youngest that I've heard, and it could be younger, but 9 years old. That is a number that a lot of girls start. Yep, and the fact that somebody was messing with her probably made that happen sooner. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Just doing abnormal stuff to a child. But that is sick. So who is the older child? You see what I'm saying? And we heard what Florentino said, like his mom ain't never been CPS, ain't none of them never been removed, none of that. But we got this cousin saying that her grandparents tried to help her and she basically couldn't. She had several children. You know what I'm saying? At this point, she gonna get into it. I'm gonna let her talk.
But she was a victim of a lot of trauma herself.
A lot of trauma.
So her children, they have some issues too.
And she didn't get into that trauma, but I wonder. I just wonder. But see, this is the thing. It's bad when you're listening at the story of an 11-year-old, but you looking at a 65-year-old woman. It's hard to feel compassion for that 11-year-old child. And it happened before. Man, listen. She probably was an infant when it first started. Like, who was raising her? Where is her mother? Who was her father? Then we find out that this grandmother get a husband named Charles, allegedly, who ruined NAZIYAH's mom. You see what I'm saying? Like, it went on and on and on and on. I wonder how old was Charles. He was messing with the boys too, I hear. Yeah, this granny went through a lot, but I don't know how old she is, but I just said, like, we hear about this pregnant 11-year-old and then this 65-year-old woman at least, and all this stuff that's happened in the middle, in between, under her watch. Hell, did she groom her twins? I don't, man, listen, something ain't right. A lot of something ain't right with this. Because it just seemed like you wouldn't, if you are 11 and you get taken in, who want to fight that? I don't know, man. This is sad. It is sad.
You know, everybody got their problems, but it's to the extreme.
It is.
If I may ask, Deborah, I'd like to ask this question. How did the alleged accuser, how did he even come into contact? I'm trying to figure out, how did she get in contact with him? She lived in one residency. He lived in another. What was the connection of the contact?
As far as NAZIYAH?
Yes.
No, Annette is the grandmother. So, yeah, and I don't think I do got a picture of the grandmother. This is the grandmother when she was younger, in the middle right there, and then that's a picture of them all when they all big. Man. So yeah, Annette is the grandmother. Wait, and I took the other picture out. This is a closer one of them. Annette is in the black, in between the twins. And I still don't know who the girl is behind her. And then this is Shannon, who has lost weight. This picture that I got of her with this belly shirt on, it's a song that she playing. I love my body. I love my body. I love my body. That's what's important. You know, y'all go to her channel, y'all see it. She done lost a lot of weight. She has, which is a good thing. But it might be due to stress. You can see it right here. Same person. Look 10 years younger without that weight. You know, but Jarvis wanted them like that because them the ones that let him run amok. You hear me? Now, if you had a picture like this of her, of course, the phone in her face, but it was countless pictures they could have used to try to look for her besides the ones that they did use that don't even really look like her. Yeah, so what was going on with the twins? This is what I keep saying, like it's a generational curse. What was going on with the twins at this age and younger that the mother allowed Jarvis to come around her kids, right? I don't know. Where they meet Jarvis at? How did they meet?
My niece, her aunt Shannon, that was her boyfriend, the father of her children. Wherever Shannon was, he was.
Okay. So I guess a lot of the people, I'm getting some people are digging me on the other end, but they're trying to understand. They thought that the child lived with the aunt.
No, NAZIYAH was living with her grandmother, Annette. But Shannon was always over.
Jarvis don't want those. He don't want his older women, skinny at all or desirable. He want them like this. So they would feel like he is God's gift, and they will let him run amok. They'll let him have anybody they want, long as they can keep him. Them the ones he want.
Annette's house prior to moving back in with her. I think she moved back in maybe August or something of 2023. She was living in a townhome that I let her live in. She was living in a townhome. It was a Section 8 townhome.
Shout out to Brian.
When I graduated from nursing school, I signed it over to her.
See, now this is the part where I heard that as she's talking about Shannon's place. She had her own place. She helped her get it. And she lost it because of Jarvis.
It'll be a stepping stone to help her children. And we would keep it in the family, and maybe the next person who needed a stepping stone to go finish school or whatever.
Or a low income or something, whatever she just said. Let me take it back. God dang it, I was talking. But she gave her a place, and Jarvis made her lose it. So we try to help our people however we can. You know what I'm saying?
It's to the extreme.
If I may ask, Deborah, I'd like to ask this question: How did the alleged accuser? How did he even come into contact? I'm trying to figure out how did she get in contact with him? She lived in one residency. He lived in another. What was the connection of the contact?
As far as NAZIYAH?
Yes.
My niece, her aunt Shannon, that was her boyfriend, the father of her children. Wherever Shannon was, he was. Okay. So I guess a lot of the people, I'm getting some people are digging me on the other end, but they're trying to understand. They thought that the child lived with the aunt. No, NAZIYAH was living with her grandmother, Annette. But Shannon was always over Annette's house prior to moving back in with her. I think she moved back in maybe August or something of 2023.
See, now her mother said in court, well, Shannon, she had her own place in Clinton Township, but she would just be at my house. Well, yeah, but in 2023, she was just at your house.
Because when she was living in a townhome that I let her live in, she was living in a townhome. It was a Section 8 townhome. I incomed out of it when I graduated from nursing school. I signed it over to her, thinking it would be a stepping stone to help her and her children. And we would keep it in the family, and maybe the next person who needed a stepping stone to go finish school or whatever.
So these are close family members, because you don't do that with no people that you don't mess with like this. And this is Jernell talking.
Use it. Well, Shannon got evicted from that townhome because of her and her shenanigans with Jarvis. So she ended up having to move back in with Annette sometime in August or September.
Now I wonder what those shenanigans was. Because people are saying, you know, it could have been because he messed with the daughter, but I don't know.
Of 2023. That's how she got back in the home with Annette. But prior to that, NAZIYAH was with Shannon all the time at her home.
See? Prior to that, NAZIYAH was with her all the time. Okay? So when they reading those messages in 2020, she was with Shannon. So, how much of this was Shannon ignoring? Because you know, like, okay, we heard her response after seeing the text messages that was inappropriate. Now I'm thinking that it's the text messages that they found in the tablet saying that they was going to meet. But we already know that some people, they will turn the blind eye. And I just really think that that's what it is. Now, look, what I was going to say, in some relationships is like, they will allow a third person to come in, right? And they'll all be together. But if you decide to get with that person without your spouse, then that's considered cheating type of thing. Or that's a violation. Long as I'm involved in it, you good. But if you do it on your own, you ain't. Could it have been something like that? Like, long as we together. Because finding out that she violated a female cousin, came forward, y'all. If y'all don't know, came forward and said that Shannon essayed her from the age of 6 to 12. That is why I picture Zaya in the middle. And it just ain't been no taxes and all that stuff about it. Because this woman was accepting any and everything this dude was doing. He couldn't do enough to for her to get rid of him.
And Jarvis was where Shannon was when he was with Shannon and not the others that he was with.
Does anybody know how he was able to stay in the house with minors, being that he had been a sex offender, even imprisoned?
We were told that he was no longer on parole and that he could be around children.
Bull crap.
But I thought the law was that you can't even live in the vicinity of school. So how is it that you can live in a house with children that are not yours? Which it really.
So yeah, they was told that. That means Shannon or Annette or somebody in that house allegedly told them this.
It didn't matter if they was his or not. He violated them.
So also they was all very much aware. Yet you sending a little girl. You need Zaya Tuda said you need her. Need her for what? For what? Was the agreement long as you pump me full of babies, you can have anybody here you want? You need it today? Get out of here.
Most recently, when all this stuff happened, they said that's why.
Yeah, so go ahead, Kiwana. We were told that most recently, also, I was told that upon me calling Protective Services while Shannon was living in Clinton Township, my question to them was just that. Why and how is he allowed to be around the children? Because we kept constantly being told that they're not finding any signs of abuse. And so that was one of my questions. Well, there's a pedophile in and out the home, basically living there, on a regular basis. Isn't that enough? And that's what they told me, that it wasn't.
I want to get off into that too, in terms of the CPS cases. I want to cover that. But now, I think I remember correctly, and you all correct me if I'm wrong, that there was something, or at some point, Jarvis was not on the registry, sex offender registry. Can you tell me about that? Yeah, when I initially found out that Jarvis was a sex offender. It's almost 12 years ago. Wow. And I asked Shannon about it. She didn't tell me. I stumbled over it because of a situation where he had got arrested and had her daughter in his custody at that time. He had the child. And we had to go get the baby because he got arrested. So I was looking him up.
She had got arrested and the child was in his custody? Wait, is that what she just said? Because I missed that the first time.
Sex offender registry.
And she just said the first time she found out was 12 years ago. Now, according to the testimony, 12 years ago is when Shannon got with the dude. Because in court, I remember the lady saying, so about y'all been together about 12 years? Or you've been knowing him about 12 years? So that was in the beginning.
Can you tell me about that? Yeah, when I initially found out that Jarvis was a sex offender, it's almost 12 years ago.
Y'all hear that? Almost 12 years ago.
Oh. And I asked Shannon about it. She didn't tell me. I stumbled over.
And she asked Shannon about it.
Because of a situation where he had got arrested and had her daughter in his custody at that time.
She got arrested and he had the daughter. Okay.
And we had to go get the baby because he got arrested. So I was looking him up to see what he got arrested for. Then it popped up his Otis information saying that he was a sex offender and had sexually assaulted a child under the age of 13. And I looked at Shannon and I was like, Shannon, he's a sex offender. Yeah, he said the girl lied. I'm like, it says the girl was 13, and then I did the math on his age. I said he was 24. So it ain't.
He was 24. So if we go by Shannon and what she said, she got with him when she was 19. So that would mean that he would have been 29. So she would, if that's true, she didn't have any kids by him when she found this out. So why would you continue with this dude? That's just crazy to me.
Oh, lie there. Yeah, but you know, he did his time. And I'm like, nah, I don't know. I was like, you need to leave him alone. Over the course of the years, I would tell her, you need to leave him alone. He was not good to her. He did not treat her well. He did not teach his children well at all. He bothered them. He created them, but he was not a father figure that I would have tried to hang on to for the kid.
And I mean, that's obvious too, because when you listen at her, when they sitting up here asking her all this stuff in court about, oh, so he had a baby by, you knew he had other women, you knew he had, like, yep. We was off and on for years. Because, people like him, they will use you as long as you let them be there to use you. They'll never go away. Like this girl, man, what? He was God's gift to her, though. Like, so Jernell knew. And so Jernell actually let her stay in her low-income place with this bastard. With the kids. That's crazy. He wasn't even supposed to be there. He was not supposed to be there. He's supposed to be under a rock some damn where with the rest of the garbage, gutter snipes.
But anyways, I looked on the sex offender registry and saw that he was not on there.
I guess.
So and that's when they went after him, and eventually, maybe about 6 months later, he had to report. They registered him, and he ended up on the sex offender registry.
But he was supposed to be on the registry the whole time.
The whole time, and this was like 12 years ago. But get this.
12 years ago. 12 years ago. That's crazy. But the grandmother, mother, all that. No, he didn't never come in the house. And then we got text messages. I got your panties. I'm in your room. Meet me in the basement. But he ain't in the house. And they know all this. That's just crazy.
When they went after him, and eventually, maybe about 6 months later, he had to report. They registered him, and he ended up on the sex offender registry.
But he was supposed to be on the registry the whole time.
The whole time. And this was like 12 years ago. But get this. His last report is 2019. He hasn't reported to the sex offender registry since 2019.
2019. He hadn't reported. Well, it was so much going on prior to that. Like, okay, so that's the system fault. Like, come on. The minute he didn't keep up, they didn't know where he was at, he should have been arrested.
So he probably wasn't reporting it very often in between those times either.
He couldn't have been.
Yeah. So you said he fathered some children, so You're saying that in the time frame that he was with your stepsister? No, he was with my niece Shannon. Your niece Shannon, that he actually fathered some children in the home or outside the home? He has 5 children with Shannon. It was almost 6. Oh, okay. And okay. Yeah. There's a question though that popped up as well in the comment section about him having 13 children. He has more than 13. I've listened to other podcasts covering the story.
Last I heard, it was 22. The number was 22, y'all.
And I heard the number 20. He has more than 20 children. See? He has more than 20 children. He has adult children that are almost the age of Shannon. Oh, wow.
Y'all hear that?
Oh, what is she?
Almost the age of Shannon. And that would mean that he was a child when he had a child. 13 is what I'm hearing. A grown woman.
In her early 30s, right?
Again, I don't have a video, but I heard it. The woman he got a kid by at 13 allegedly was a grown woman. I don't know her age. Her son was on social media. The woman that violated him at 13, her son was on social media saying that his mother did this, and he was blaming other women too for allowing this kind of stuff to happen, which that is facts. It happens. People will choose their sorry ass man over their daughter, and it's disgusting. So, but anyway, let this keep going.
Shannon's 31, I believe.
Yeah.
And I think his oldest daughter is around the age of 26, 27. He's my age. He's 42.
Yeah, because even the judge said it in her ruling that he had 13 children. And I think it came from that interrogation he did with the detectives. And I guess maybe he only claims 13 of them. But
his lucky number. He says that all the time.
Oh, yeah. I thought I remembered hearing the number 20. But as far as that is concerned, he has other children with underage girls.
From what I understand,
right?
Yeah, from what I understand, his older children were all with girls in their teens, and he was in his 20s.
Yeah.
And then along the time when Shannon was dating him, they was going back and forth with each other. There was a young lady who was like 18 who said that her child was his. I don't know whatever came along with that, but yeah, this possibly she's one of the young ladies that's listed on the front of the court registry.
So do you think, Deborah, please don't let me get ahead of myself, but I have to ask this question. Did NAZIYAH, did she ever show or talk or say anything to anybody? I mean, any hints, the world wants to know.
I know. I'm so irritated about the interrogation video. Do y'all know how much information we miss with that? I was going in about that yesterday because it pisses me off. Like, how the heck was that audio? It was so bad I couldn't get nothing out of it because I can't. Bad audio is my pet peeve, and I won't listen to it. And I don't like straining my ears because I just don't like stupid stuff. It ain't no reason why that audio was like that. Y'all know that they use this in court. They should have the best freaking audio. It irritates me that the court audio be bad sometimes. You know, like the audio low and all this sneezing, farting, and paper shuffling, and bad audio is my pet peeve.
Well, this is a young 13-year-old child, and from my understanding, this took place a year ago. A year ago today.
She told. It all started with my issue. Me and Shannon were thick as thieves. I love the children. I would go around.
And you can tell they was thick as thieves because she let her have a place that was in her name. She signed it over to her. Yeah, BFF, I'm gone. I don't care how invested I am in a case and all that. If the audio is bad, I can't do it. That morning routine, she asked one of the kids if they can keep the jacket on all day. Wonder, was that NAZIYAH? She asked. Now, I'm gonna have to listen at that again. I just know that she was mad because she had on a jacket that wasn't hers and that was too small. But yeah, I don't think it had nothing to do with NAZIYAH. It didn't have nothing to do with NAZIYAH. That was one of the smaller kids. But yeah, they wasn't concerned about what NAZIYAH was wearing enough, nor were they paying attention. When they asked the grandmother about social media and what she said, well, I know sometimes she was on there. Sometimes I would take the phone so she wouldn't be on there. Well, take the phone for what? Did you look in it to see all these damn text messages? This disgusting. Look at that kid there. Who's serving the kids to him? Every mother that sent their child with him. If he do this to his own child on the first time meeting her, and period, ain't no, everybody is, no one's off limits. And then too, if he had a child at the age of 13, that means he got a 28-year-old child. He got a 28-year-old child, and he is, if he's 41, and Shannon is 31. So 28-year-old child, 31-year-old woman he dealing with. Y'all remember the judge said, at first I thought you was incompetent or had the mind of a 10-year-old or something crazy, she told him. Because that's what he is. Slow Joe. And Chester, the damn molester.
We traveled together. Then she called me and told me that it was a birthday party in February of 2022 for her second daughter's birthday. And most of the children, pretty much all the children, were at the house, the grandchildren. There's one little girl who was Annette's other sister's daughter was there. Now, this child had never been around Jarvis alone before. I think she might have been at the birthday party or something, adult birthday party, but it was at a hall. But she was at Shannon's home, and this young lady was so afraid. Shannon's telling me this. She ran upstairs, frantic and afraid and scared, and wanted to go home and wanted to call her mother because Jarvis touched her inappropriately while she was in the basement playing with the puppy. While this little group, now Jarvis was on the game, he wasn't thinking about going up there with Shannon or nothing. Shannon says all of a sudden, while she's up there, she's trying to calm this little girl down and talk to her. Jarvis comes and knocks on the door and says, "What's wrong with her?" And I said, "Shannon, why are you calling me?"
So with that being said, it's like he know exactly what it is, and he know that he ain't nothing gonna happen to him. What's wrong with her? Like, and I think somebody got the story confused because it turned into fellatio that she asked the kid for, but she just said, this is where I originally heard that from her, Jernell. So he inappropriately touched her. And it was also said that Shannon had left them. Let me take that back just a little bit.
February of 2022.
February.
For her second daughter's birthday. And most of the children, pretty much all the children, were at the house, the grandchildren. There's one little girl who was Annette's other sister's daughter was there. Now, this child had never been around Jarvis.
Annette's other sister's daughter was there, who had never been there. Now, I wonder what sister was that, but
along before, I think she might have been at the birthday party or something, adult birthday party, but it was at a hall. But she was at Shannon's home, and this young lady was so afraid. Shannon's telling me this. She ran upstairs, frantic and afraid and scared, and wanted to go home and wanted to call her mother because Jarvis touched her inappropriately while she was in the basement playing with the puppy. While this little group, now Jarvis was on the game, he wasn't thinking about going up there with Shannon or nothing. Shannon says all of a sudden, while she's up there, she's trying to calm this little girl down and talk to her. Jarvis comes and knocks on the door and says, "What's wrong with her?" Hey, y'all. Is he dead or is he in jail? No, he left. What you mean he left? Call the police. Let them know where he's going, what car he's in.
Right.
Hey, y'all. I'm Rainbow.
No, don't pay them no more. Y'all come in. I am ready for the gender. I am team boy all day.
please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Please subscribe.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock.
I'm about to take her home, then I'm going to call my mama. What? So I her back like maybe 30 minutes later, like, did you call the police? No, my mama said bring the kids home tomorrow morning. She gonna talk to them. I'm like, no, y'all don't need to talk to them. You need to contact the police. She did not contact the police. I found out later the police were never contacted. The next day when I called Shannon, I talked to her. She said,
we finding out that she really team girl, according to her cousin.
Mama talked to them and said the kids ended up telling us they lied. They was mad because he wouldn't give them no money. So I called the next.
So you hear this? She said, oh, my mama told me she had talked to them, and then the story changed, y'all. The story changed to we lied. We just wanted money. That's crazy, man.
And I said, Annette, are you guys going to call the police? She said, yes, we're handling. I'm going to call the police. So I left it alone. Like, she's going to call the police. Shannon assured me that the police had been called. They were involved. There was an investigation going on.
Oh, she assured. She sat up and flat out lied to her. Y'all hearing this? She assured her that it was an investigation going on. Let's finish this.
This was in February 22.
February of 2022. And this is why Annette, this is how Annette is in her own damn house.
Did you know someone by the name of Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today? If you need to stand up, then look around.
She don't see a damn thing, honey. She still didn't see.
Did you know someone by the name of Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
I have no glasses on. I don't see him.
You need glasses, ma'am?
Yeah, my daughter has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take a moment to go get her glasses?
Yeah.
You still don't see me.
Then you can just stand up and take another look around.
Okay. Yes.
Do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today? Could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
Uniform with the blue mask.
For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts.
I have no glasses on. I don't see him.
You need glasses, ma'am?
Yeah, my daughter has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take...
I don't see you. Like, what? That's how she was in the house, okay? According to what we listening to right now, because he should have been locked up for this. He should have been locked up for a lot of stuff leading up to this. Nobody cared about NAZIYAH because she could have been saved if they would have let him go.
Well, in April of 22, I called Shannon in a lie. The police were never called. The children were not receiving counseling. Nothing had happened. So I went to the Clinton Township Police and I told them that I wanted to make a report. They told me I couldn't make a report because I didn't have enough information about the child who actually accused him of the sexual abuse. I said, but the other children also accused him of sexual abuse. They said, well, it didn't happen that night.
The other children also accused him, and they said it didn't happen that night. Who the hell are we talking to here?
And I'm like, she said it would probably be best for you to call CPS. So I called CPS, and I told Shannon I called CPS. I said, if y'all didn't call, I told you to call the police. I told you to get the kids help. You didn't do it, so I'm calling.
So she called CPS. Now, see, CPS need to be investigated, and that's what this petition is about, y'all. CPS dropped the ball. I hear this too much about CPS. They dropped the ball. And just like this case, Anaya wasn't SA, but she was unalived by her mother because CPS failed Michael Garrett with Anaya Day Garrett, the 4-year-old who was unalived by her mother. And he actually sued them and got some millions of dollars or whatnot. Sued the daycare. Actually CPS, I think he got something like $3 million for them, but the daycare was supposed to be getting sued for some ridiculous amount. I'm like, how they gonna sue the little daycare for $15 million or something outrageous, but only CPS for $3 million? But anyway, CPS, man, listen, it's a lot to be said about them and the foster parents. See, when you're a foster parent and you take kids in at will, if you one of those emergency type people that really do for them or help them out when they back is up against the wall, they might turn the blind eye on a lot of stuff that's going on. Because based off of her history, the grandmother's history, how she came up, they don't take that into consideration. How she came up. Yeah, I mean, I know that they take fingerprints and all this kind of stuff, but are y'all looking at that? Where she came from? CPS would have had to been involved in her parents' home for her to be taken out of the home and put into Jernell's house with her grandparents. It just don't make sense. So would Jernell being the aunt, is she the sister of Shannon's mother? Because, I mean, she ain't saying that. She's saying how she's related to NAZIYAH, great aunt. Shannon is her niece. So is old girl her sister?
CPS on not only you, but I'm calling them on your mama too. Because it happens, whatever's happening at your house is most likely happening at your mother's house. They never called. And then that's when Kiwana got involved. I didn't, like my husband knew what was going on. And a few other people who knew Shannon because she had told them stories. Mm-hmm. But this is how Kiwana got involved. So I'll let Kiwana tell what happened on her end.
So then I end up going over there to drop off NAZIYAH some clothing. And once I got there, Shannon pulled me to the side and said, I got to tell you something. And I go, okay, what's going on with cuz? And she said, that Janelle and called Protective Services on me and lied and said that Jarvis was doing something to the kids. I said, what? What do you mean she called Protective Services to say Jarvis was doing something to the kids? How would that come about? So that's when she went to tell me, it was a party. And she explained that what happened at the party and that they ended up questioning the children, and her daughter, along with NAZIYAH, along with my other little cousin, which I've never met, had expressed to her that Jarvis offered them monies to do things inappropriately. She said, however, she found later on that her daughter was lying. And I said,
do y'all hear this crap, man? Like, so all these conversations about it was well known, which is why they sitting in court looking real stupid, and why the judge is saying what she said. They knew. They just act like they didn't. They do good at playing dumb. I feel like when they didn't go look for NAZIYAH, they was at home getting their lie together. Like, what would cause y'all not to go look for her? The whole story and finding out why she didn't come home was just stupid. I didn't find out until I got questioned by one of the kids. This is what she's saying in court. It just sounds stupid.
Shannon, kids don't lie about stuff like that. But a child not going to come and tell that something like that happened and just be lying. You need to further investigate. No, that Janelle just trying to start some stuff. I said, no, I don't feel like she's trying to start no stuff. I feel like she care and concerned about what's going on in the household as far as the children. This is outside of you and her relationship. This is about looking out for the children. And so we began to go back and forth. And I became, what she like to call it, being as though now I'm taking up for the kids. So I contacted Janelle. I said, what's going on? Because we hadn't talked for a little while. And I said, explain to her what I had heard and what Shannon had said. And she told me what happened and what transpired. So that's when I called Protective Services.
Could you tell me the length of time it was before either one of you called? Because it seemed like it was a long stretch before
the initial incident
Protective Services was notified.
The initial incident happened in February of 2022. I was told that the authorities were involved. When I found out that the authorities were not involved, Shannon was lying to me.
22 or 24?
22.
22. Okay.
So in April of 22, I figured out another incident happened where a child was doing some sexually inappropriate things. And I said, well, what's going on with the case? And
so a child was doing something inappropriate. So they were probably doing that to another kid. So she just said she found out in February of 2022. She thought it was taken care of, and then later found out in April that something else happened with a kid or inappropriate from a kid.
Isn't she in counseling? And you need to go to the police and take the phone. She sending pictures or something.
Is she in counseling?
On Instagram, she had told somebody else. She tell people this stuff like it's nothing, like it's the normal everyday thing. She told somebody who ain't even related her to this story, and they called me to tell me what she said, and then I called her to ask her about it. So that's when I called CPS in April when I found out she had lied to me.
April, which year?
of 2022. So then Kiwana called me. I don't even think it was like maybe 3-4 weeks later. Kiwana called. Other family members had already called and were calling when all of this was going on because I wasn't getting any response from CPS. The
CPS need to be drugged they ass in court, because if this is true and they got all these calls in 2022 about Jarvis, ain't nobody do nothing. CPS need to be in court too. But of course they not, this don't have nothing to do with the disappearance of NAZIYAH according to the courts. They only investigating her being missing, but this stuff gonna have to be talked about. Like, this stuff gonna have to come into court too. Like, they gonna get through this trial and all that stuff. This stuff is coming back up. Ain't no way this gonna be able to just be swept under the rug and they don't address this part of it, because this right here all led up to NAZIYAH being missing today and everything that happened to her in between.
Told me the children denied it. I said, so look at the adults. If the children are not going to tell you I said, would you take the children out of the household to question them? No. I'm like, because they're afraid to say anything because they're in the Shannon internet looking right in their face. Then I said, if the children are not going to tell it because they're afraid, then start looking into the adults.
And this is what that text meant when somebody said that NAZIYAH's brother ran away, right? So all of this stuff was happening all at the same time. NAZIYAH's mother, this December and January, her brother in December sometime, her brother ran away, or maybe, I don't know what month he ran away, but that was weighing on her. Then she probably went on it. It came up in court, and Shannon said, yeah, she didn't like the fact that her brother ran away. Then, yeah, she talked about her all the time about her mother being there. Then she got this stuff going on with Jarvis. There's just so much going on with her. And then we heard Roxy Rocks. She said that there was a point when she was trying to get her, or was it Jernell? It was one of them where they was trying to, and even offered to pay to get NAZIYAH into cheer and stuff like that because she liked dancing, and just get her in programs. They would never let her do anything. So it's like are they the ones that's grooming and sending them out? You know what I'm saying? Like, these people, it ain't just men that do the trafficking thing. Like, it could be grandma. Grandma could have pimped out the twins. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is going so deep right now.
Well, we haven't found any credibility of the complaint.
Even with him in the house, been in prison.
She told me that he was not on parole and he could be in the house around children.
But he had been to prison for the same accusation. No, not accusation. He was convicted and imprisoned for the same thing.
This is what troubles me. I made this complaint in April of 2022. And there were several other complaints by myself, Kiwana, and other family members after that. This man had a CPS case basically stating the same thing in 2015 and 2018 from completely different families.
Y'all hear this? Yeah. 2015 and 18.
Known girlfriends.
Where they at? Those people probably just don't even want to talk about it. But it's a whole nother family from 2015 and 2018 that's probably that sounds similar to them, or he didn't destroy that family. That's crazy, man. That is insane. But we didn't know nothing, though. Well, she actually did say she did know, though. And that's why they knew they couldn't go to court acting like they didn't know nothing, because the court know that they know. So they had to be real about that. And she was actually honest on Mark DeAndre channel and saying that she knew since 19. He told me about it, but he said the girl lied. Well, they said Jernell said that she said the girl lied, but on Mark's channel, she just like, yeah, he gave me the opportunity to decide if I wanted to deal with it or not, or something like that.
This is what troubles me. I made this complaint in April of 2022, and there were several other complaints by myself, Kiwana, and other family members after that. This man had a CPS case basically stating the same thing in 2015.
Same thing.
And 2018 from completely different families.
Yeah, sure did.
And also, no girlfriends.
Sure did.
Sure did. And after I end up calling Protective Services, one of the children had began to contact me and express things that were going on in the house, right? Because, I talked regularly with the children, even when they tried to isolate me. I'm not going to say names of the children, but one of the eldest children would try to contact me or contact me outside of their knowledge. It began them having to sneak and call me now.
Now, if I remember correctly, is she talking about Vari? She said one of the older children, which the older children was Vari and NAZIYAH. So when Vari left, that made NAZIYAH the oldest at the house, I remember hearing. And Vari is like 16, 17 or something, I think. And I heard Mark DeAndre say that he got him a job. And so that's why I'm like, shout out to Mark. Shout out to Roxy. I mean, they doing real work out here, making real connections and helping other people. So I think that's a good thing. What happened to NAZIYAH? She couldn't be saved, obviously. And it's still a bunch of lies going on. So once all this stuff get unraveled, she can, be laid to rest, as had a memorial, had the foundation, and people are already reaching out to Roxy for help, and it won't be in vain. A lot of people is gonna be saved behind this, and most of all the kids in the house, because all of this stuff has been going on under CPS's watch. We hearing her say that they complained in 2022. So can't nobody act like they don't know. When they pull all these records up, somebody gonna have to pay for this.
Because, they don't want us around. We get in their business. We're calling Protective.
I have no idea where NAZIYAH is, but I feel like she's deceased. But I just read everything that they looking at, and the reason why they considering her deceased. Hell, because she could be somewhere else. Like, when you don't have a body, think about it like this. Wouldn't this be a pedo's dream? Why would a pred get rid of a baby? They love babies, right? Could she be somewhere being held? Her and the child. If you want to be wild about it, you don't have nobody. I ain't hear nothing about no flesh being found. I just hear them saying that it was, stains on this jacket and stuff that lead them to believe, and the jabs in the hood and stuff that look like, they probably put a hood over her head and did something to her. But where is the proof that any of this really took her out? There isn't any. He took her clothes by the river. All of her stuff being found all over the place was to cause confusion. Could he have got to that hotel from 9:30 at night to 12 p.m. according to what they said? I don't think it was no 12 p.m. because he had to go to court that day. He had to go to court that day, or the next day. But anyway, I don't know. We hear about the underground, the dark web, and it's somebody named Allie Carter that's going around talking about the underground, having all of this stuff going on underground. It's a whole world down there, and people just don't even know about. It's just so dark. We talked about females having babies for preds, and them posing in the delivery room as the father of the child, and the child being handed over. So did he just take her out, or did they, we don't know. We don't know. But I do know that bodies usually turn up. Okay. Now the case that I worked on, Desiree Thompson, she went missing, I think it was January 2012, and they found her body in 23. Was it 23 BFF? Yeah, I think it was 23 or 20. Yeah, I think it was 23. So her body was buried. You know what I'm saying? At some point, a body gonna show up. Somebody knows something. Eventually, somebody will tell. And that's what happened in Desiree Thompson's case. Some people had came forth. They had came forth years ago, but anyway, they came forth again. That's why you got to keep talking about it too. Keep putting flyers out. The reason why this came out, why they end up finding Desiree Thompson, because her flyers was still being put out and somebody seen it, and they thought that she was found or helped, and they had wrote a letter saying that they knew this person told them the story, blah blah, skip just a lot of things. A lot of times the ball is dropped. The reason why some of these cases ain't being solved like they should. Her body definitely should turn up, even if it's years from now. I mean, they claim they searched that water, but I'm thinking about Adventures with Purpose, because they're that channel that go out and find cars and stuff that's been engulfed in the water with bodies in it and all that stuff. But if it's just a body, I mean, how long? That ain't weighed down forever. Once the body get bloated and it serves as a freaking floaty, you know what I'm saying? So it should have come up by now if she was in the water. So why he put her clothes by the water? It's like he tried to confuse them. I say they need to make him talk. He know where she at, but I don't know. It ain't good wherever she is. That I know, but I really don't know. What do you think, Nicole? Oh, I believe she's definitely deceased, but where is her body? Okay. Yeah. I heard that they probably gave her to the alligators. Yeah, I can't go with the alligators. I heard that too. It don't make sense. I know that it was articles put up about alligators in Detroit, but I don't believe it is alligators in Detroit. I gotta look that stuff up myself. I don't think they live there. I mean, maybe some pet alligators, maybe some idiot raising alligators, just dropping them in water, but I don't believe it. But I don't know. Anything is possible. Even with that, they should have had evidence of that. I mean, I done seen where there was a little boy that was put in the mouth of a damn alligator. And they found out that alligator killed that little boy. There was remnants of it, as a matter of fact, the little boy was in the alligator's mouth. It's just disgusting. And that was back in maybe 23. It wasn't that long ago. 24 maybe. Y'all hear about that? Shout out to Miss Patty. Welcome in, all of y'all. Also, I believe those clothes were planted. Yep, I believe everything was planted. One thing I didn't look at is I am curious to know the distances of these places. Her badge and her school ID, where was that dropped? I feel like it was all meant to confuse everybody for sure. He may be a little bit smarter than people think. I had said I don't think he that smart. But he's slick though, I guess, a little bit. Social services is no good. They be giving our children two prayers, or just let them slip through the system and things horrible happen to our children. Right. And it's like, I mean, this. They have seen it time and time again with CPS. You would think that they would learn from the mistakes, but they just keep happening and they not being dismantled. The kids are not protected nowhere. It's like they take the wrong kids and keep the other kids that should be taken. I will never get it.
Services, and so I went on to talk to workers, try to get custody, continue to call. I made calls not just in Wayne County, but again in Clinton Township. So there was calls Clinton Township, Wayne County. The Clinton Township calls was against Shannon. Wayne County was against Auntie and their household, and then both stories were being told to both protective services, that city and that city. And
we did get a little bit of action. A little bit of action. Well, there was another young man who was much older than NAZIYAH that she was acquainted with. And then that's the reason why Annette had to move, is what I was told.
Wait a minute now. I didn't even hear this. So it was another young man that was much older than NAZIYAH. And that's the reason why Annette had to move. What year was that? And I do remember the text messages between NAZIYAH and Jarvis. And she said, I'm sorry. First she said it wasn't nobody else. Then she said something about being sorry. See, it's hard for me to listen at them text messages, but I need to go back through them and listen with a different ear. But it was so hard. But yeah, so I missed this before. I did not hear that. So Ned moved because NAZIYAH was involved with an older guy? Much older than her, rather. What?
I'm not going to say names of the children, but one of the eldest children would try to contact me or contact me outside of their knowledge. It began them having to sneak and call me now because, they don't want us around. We get in their business. We're calling protective services. And so, I went on to, talk to workers, try to get custody, continue to call. I made calls not just in Wayne County, but again in Clinton Township. So there was calls, Clinton Township, Wayne County. The Clinton Township calls was against Shannon. Wayne County was against Auntie and their household. And then both stories were being told to both protective services, that city and that city. And
we did get a little bit of action. A little bit. Action when it was another young man who was much older than NAZIYAH that she was acquainted with. And then that's the reason why Annette had to move, was what I was told. She had to move away from that young man because NAZIYAH was having an inappropriate relationship with him. And that's the reason why.
Is this the autistic guy?
Yes. And then I also was told that they told Shannon at this point that Jarvis could not come around the children.
What? When was this? And an autistic, my hell, like how old was this autistic guy? Like, get the hell out of here. Wow. So they know that it's been so under her grandmother's watch, she was told she had to move, so that means CPS was aware of her not being protected from inappropriate relationships.
Who told her that?
CPS.
Okay. CPS.
This is what I was told by someone. I don't know for sure.
Oh, that's what she was told. Okay.
But this is what I was told by someone at CPS that Shannon, he was not supposed to be around the children at that point because I guess we had called so many times.
Well, yeah. I want to go back.
So are y'all hearing this? So who really dropped the ball? Like, people just want to blame this family so bad. I mean, she's saying that they called and called and called. Like, I mean, they did what they were supposed to do. They you say something to the right people, you wait and hopefully they do the right thing. Like, you can only do so much. You can't take kids. You go to jail for kidnapping if you go in there trying to help them, and it's just sad. But these people did the right thing also. I mean, but it was if you call and make the report and the people you reported to don't do a damn thing, or they do minimum, but the kids are still there, and then Jarvis still there too, like nothing happened. It's like they got to connect with CPS or something.
So quick, when Lori was asking about if NAZIYAH had said anything or, that gave any type of inclination that anything was wrong. And I want to mention this from the court proceedings that have been going on this week when the teacher or substitute teacher testified that the last day was, I presume it was the last day that NAZIYAH was in school. She came in her room. Apparently, this particular sub had a rapport with NAZIYAH. She would give her candy every day or something like that, and she would come in her room and talk to her. And the lady said that NAZIYAH laid on the floor.
Now, see, I did not hear that testimony. I have not. Have y'all heard that testimony? NAZIYAH laid on the floor and said she needed to talk to somebody, and didn't nobody freaking help her. Whenever you open the phone lines, I would love to talk. Okay, yes, I will open the phone lines right now. And thank you so much for the $4.99 super sticker. I greatly appreciate that. But yeah, y'all can definitely call in. Just when you call in, state your name and where you calling from. Do not mention another channel on here. Don't no self-promote, no promoting other channels, and no profanity, and let's stick to the topic. Other than that, we can flow, So I'm gonna put the number back up, and you can definitely call in. And anybody else that want to call in too, I would love to hear what y'all got to say about this. Thank you for the super sticker.
Shout out to you. Let's go. Shout out to you.
Let's go.
Instead, she went to see a counselor. But it so happened that the counselor never came in that day. And so, and of course, we didn't see her anymore. So
dang, it's unfortunate the lady didn't say more, but I did not see her testimony. I need to find that.
That was one thing. And then I wanted to ask you guys about this. If you were aware of this that I heard on one of the videos from another podcast, it said, okay, that NAZIYAH was telling her classmates that she was planning to run away because she was pregnant. Have you guys heard anything about that?
Yeah, we heard so much. That was after she'd been missing. So yeah, we've heard that. We have heard every accusation, scam. Yeah, we heard that.
Okay. I wanted to clear that up, and then also now I believe Kiwana, you pretty much grew up around NAZIYAH's mom and being close to in the unit. And having being in NAZIYAH's life actively. Well, I guess both of you were in her life actively up until the case was being filed and whatever rift, caused the family to that broke down the family. So, can you talk about, Kiwana, how well? First of all, let's clarify for the public how long Jarvis has been around, because the information that is out there, only indicates, that he started abusing NAZIYAH back in as far back as 2022. But there's a question that it may have probably more than likely had gone on much longer. So let's establish for them, exactly how long. When did you all become aware that he was around? Like when Shannon was dating him and all of that, those types of things. To give, to clarify. Basically, I want to get rid of some misinformation that's out there. Go ahead. No, go on.
So, Jarvis have been around since Shannon was 16, right?
See, that's where the 16 came from, y'all. But Shannon swear 19.
Yeah, we didn't know about it until later, but yeah, after she had her daughter, we found out during this whole ordeal that she had been acquainted with him since she was about 16.
Right.
So after she had her first daughter is when they found out?
We had no clue. Not just that he was the age that he was, but no clue that he had a record,
Right. Yeah, but, and I think that's
a record of being a pedophile. Let me say that.
Well, I mean, they knew since 22.
Right. Yeah, because that's a lot of the thing is, where was the family? Oh, and the other thing is, let's clarify, and we don't have to go into extensive details about her mom, but can we please clarify, just a general idea of her mother and the father. We know that the father did pass away last year, but if you guys can share with us just a little bit, just to put that to rest, so that people understand what the dynamics are.
I'll speak on her mother because I really didn't have a relationship with her father, Kiwana.
So Shannon herself said that she got with him at 19. So I'm assuming she had her first child at 19. Around that time. I thought she said she was 19 when she had a child, or when she told him. That's why I was like, well, if she was 19 when she had a child, then she would have had to been with him before that, because it take months before you can have a child and all that. So I'm not sure about that.
Nicole. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hey, Nicole, thanks for calling. Where are you calling from?
Boston, Massachusetts.
Okay, welcome to my channel. How are you?
I'm good. What is the name of your channel?
It's called MTGV Crime Podcast, which stands for Make This Go Viral Crime Podcast.
Oh, I see it right there. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I just happened to stumble on it. And I was just putting a lot of comments in the you know,
in the
the
chat
live or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And so in the chat, and so I just was like, I would love to talk. Ever since I found out about this, it's really been on my mind like all day, every day. If I see anybody talking about her, like I'll quickly click in or anything like that. I don't want to make this about me in any way, but I know that a lot of females and males have been groomed, and I also was groomed at the age of 15. I was 15, he was 36. So I can understand what NAZIYAH was going through a little bit, because you find a man that is older than you, and even if he can only give you $10-15, that's a lot, especially when you're not getting anything from, your parents or whatever. Like, I was raised with my grandmother, and so she did the best that she can, and I'm grateful that she was nothing like Annette. And I am just so disgusted that they knew that he was a pedo.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that they would even allow her, NAZIYAH, to be around him. Just knowing that,
Mm-hmm.
it's so disgusting and wrong. And it just breaks my heart to listen to those text messages and to hear every time that she would speak about sex. He would be all for it, but when she wasn't talking about that, he ignored her. He didn't care anything about this girl.
Oh, he don't care about nobody.
It's just so hard. It just breaks my heart, because she really thought that was love.
Yep.
At such a young age. And another thing, little girls, I don't know about little boys. I'm a girl, so I'm a woman, so I'm gonna speak for women. We don't even know how to wash our bodies correctly at that young 11, 12-year-old age. You know what I'm saying? And so for him to find that as a turn on is sickening. I want him to be taken care of in prison. It makes me just so angry. I don't believe that he'll get off. I love that the judge said what she said to everyone that failed her, and that behind that pedo, he deserves everything that he gets, and I hope that he gets taken care of. Mm-hmm. It's just so wrong, and it breaks my heart. I don't remember the other girl. It was in 2016, and this mirrors the state. I think her name was Ayana.
Yeah, Ayana Sawyer with Jonathan Kulas. Yes. Yep, I covered that case too.
Yes, it mirrors. It's like
it's identical.
They even look alike.
It's identical. It really is. It's very, very much identical. Down to Ayana's auntie was pregnant too at the time. Well, I don't think Shannon was pregnant, but she had a kid the year before. But yeah, pregnant auntie. He was doing this in front of people on the couch while the auntie in the bedroom. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just so sick and not right. And I'm not gonna hold up any more time, but I will say this: Annette needs to be under the jail. Even to hear the way that she spoke to those children when they're supposed to be praying, I just don't understand. I don't understand that. That's so. You cursing these kids out, and now you want to pray.
Man, yes, it was ridiculous.
And he does all of that. Huh?
That prayer came straight from hell. Okay.
Yeah.
Straight from hell.
And I just hope I hope more people are charged in this. I believe that, I do believe that she is deceased, but wherever she is, I believe, like, they don't have the death penalty there.
No.
So I don't believe so.
They
but
don't.
if he was given a plea, which he does not deserve, but to put NAZIYAH to rest, maybe they can offer him a plea, and then we'll know what he actually did, or whoever did what they did.
Find out where her body
precious,
is.
Beautiful girl.
They probably will offer him something if he tell where she's at, but I believe that he gonna get life. That's what he gonna get.
Yeah.
Because he's done too much and he's already did time. He gonna get life. Thank you so much for calling in. And please make sure you subscribe to the channel too.
Definitely will. Another thing, a 4-year-old, I don't understand that. Like, what are you doing? Like, did he, like, it's sick.
He gave her chlamydia. So yeah, he did that. Yep.
It's sick. It's sick. But I'm gonna stay down in the chat, and thank you for letting me come up.
And please make sure you subscribe and hit the thumbs up. Thank you for calling in. And thank you for the donation. Bye.
Okay, no, but thank you.
Okay, so hey, she broke the ice. Call in, y'all, if y'all want your opinion shared on here. I don't bite. I just bite back. So be nice. Yes, BFF, the HMIC. Tracy is the head mod in charge. She said, thank you, caller. So thank y'all so much. And is where they live, a small town community. I doubt it. They in Detroit somewhere. I mean, I'm not sure what area she's in, but it don't sound like it was too much of a community. But then again, I mean, the community have been speaking, though. You know what I'm saying? The area that they live in, the only thing I heard about that community is that they were saying that somebody from their house was saying that she was found and okay and was with her boyfriend. You know, these are some of the things that I was hearing. But we're going to just keep this rolling, y'all. We're going to keep this going. See, I feel like there's no better information than the information coming from the family that got sense. You know what I'm saying? That's giving us real insight into this family. I mean, these people that's talking, this is Jernell that's about to say something again. She's a aunt. You know what I'm saying? I'm assuming she Annette's sister. If she an aunt, she got to be a sister or a stepsister to Annette. But I have not heard her say that. She's saying the aunt and great aunt, but she a sister.
She loved her children. She just had, like I said, she grew up with Annette in a household, and she went through the same thing at 13 as NAZIYAH. So, she had a lot on her, and no one ever got her help. So
she talking about her
children. She just
she talking about her NAZIYAH's mom, Lady or Kenyatta or something like that. Kenyatta. Hold on.
Relationship with her father. Kiwana knows him better than I do. Her mother loved her. She loved her children. She just had, like I said, she grew up with Annette in a household, and she went through the same thing at 13 as NAZIYAH. So, she had a lot on her, and no one ever got her help. So, and she loved her children. She just couldn't fight those demons that were chasing her. When all this stuff was going on with NAZIYAH, we finally caught up with her because people were lying, and specifically Annette and people in the family were saying that she just left. She never left. She said, I'm staying here till y'all find out what happened to my baby. But she just...
Y'all hear that?
Because Annette was trying to say she had something to do with it. Other people were trying to say, when actually she was the first person to give the police the information they needed to try to figure out what happened to NAZIYAH.
What?
Oh, wow. But when we found her just talking...
She was the first person to give the police information. Now, they talking about her mother. Now, remember, I just caught on that when Shannon was on the stand, she said that her and NAZIYAH talked about her mother being in town. She was already had planned to come there. before NAZIYAH went missing, and then all this happened at the same time to further cause confusion. Oh yeah, we could put it on her mother. You know what I'm saying? It's like everything just worked out for this dude, right? Would help. You against your daughter, but you ain't against this bastard that did this to your granddaughter. We heard her even say in court that she don't mess with her daughter. Let me move this banner. She don't mess with her own daughter, but she definitely messed with Jarvis. Make that make sense. To the point that she couldn't see the man.
I don't see him.
Did you know someone by the name of Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today? If you need to stand up and look around.
Where he at? Where his fine self at? I don't know. They say Granny had him first.
I got no glasses on. I don't see him.
You need glasses, man?
Yeah, my daughter has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take a moment to go get her glasses?
Yeah.
And if you could just stand up and take another look around.
Okay. Yes.
Do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
Uniform with the blue mask.
For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts.
I got no glasses on.
She did not want to see that man, period.
She said, this stuff just keep on all this sex stuff. She said, it's just keep on chasing me. It's chasing me, now it's got my baby. So
this is really sad. This is, I mean, something not to.
Now this is what she's saying. Her mother said. NAZIYAH's mother said this sex stuff just keep chasing me. Yeah, she was raised up like that. Under whose watch? Annette.
Well, I'm not trying to cut you off, but this is a whole lot going on in my head right now because working in early childhood development, and I'm thinking 10, 12-year-old girl. I mean, I have 10 and 12-year-old children in my after school, before and after school program, summer camp, and all of this. So I'm saying to myself, where was the indication at school that something was going on with NAZIYAH?
There were several indications at school, but the school would call Annette instead of going through the proper channels. You tell me this, if a child is on a playground and a car pulls up to a vicinity where the child can talk to them through a fence, and the child is talking to them, and the teacher goes over and say, hey, who are you talking to? And the guy says, I'm her dad. And the child agrees, yes, that's my dad. Do you call the grandmother, or do you make a report as well as calling the grandmother?
No, in that case, no, until I get the child information card and verify who that father is with the identification, he would leave until he's ID'd.
Well, he pulled off once the teacher started questioning him, and then when they talked to Annette, she referred that NAZIYAH did not have a relationship with her father.
Now this bastard tried to pick her up from school, basically. That's what I just heard. So you know all this going on and do nothing.
So
who did they think this person was? You got the pred in your house. You got to know who the pred is.
What did they do after that? Like, for the safety of not only NAZIYAH, I feel like some type of report or police report should have been made for the safety of any other child he may have came back and tried to talk to. Because I didn't know who he was.
Yeah, I would think that it would have at least been documented that an adult male was spotted, observed, interacting with the child.
A lot of accountability. I mean, there's a lot of people that need to be held good at it. And so he needed some help as far as, his business, and that's how they met. And so they met.
Wait, hold on. Oh, she talking about. So this the other person that's in the family, Kiwana, she's the cousin. She knew the father. I believe she knew NAZIYAH's father. So
it's clear that the school just
didn't follow proper protocol.
They weren't paying attention at all.
It's unbelievable.
They really didn't.
Callousness between these social institutions, CPS, the police department, and the CPS, the police department, and the school as well. To the point, callousness to the point of liability, as far as I can see. I don't think that, and I don't anticipate there being any type of lawsuits or anything like that filed, but they certainly, everybody, dropped the ball on this one. So
there's a lot of accountability. a lot of accountability. I mean, there's a lot of people that need to be held, from me listening to this, accountable. And, even to the point where cell phone, messages on cell phone, who don't check a 13-year-old cell phone?
Messages on the school laptop.
For the cell phone? Right.
Messages on the school laptop. Yeah. Go ahead, Tijuana. Second that about her dad.
Well, he is deceased. I want to respect that, but I can say that, this started out a working relationship with him and my cousin. We met him together, actually. He spoke to me and we were having a conversation. And I went on to my vehicle and him and my cousin continued to converse and they exchanged numbers. They were talking about, business. My lady works on houses. Kenyatta, her nickname is Lady. She works on houses and she's really good at it. And so he needed some help as far as, his business. And that's how they met. And so they met a business relationship. She was with him regularly, like every day. I wasn't with them on a daily basis, but I do know when she became pregnant with NAZIYAH. At first, her, being a mother and, dealing with a man in which, he has a family and so on, she was torn between, was she going to, keep her child or not keep her child? And so she made a decision to keep.
So we all know NAZIYAH's father was a married man at the time, and they decided to give her up. So
her child, with the expectation that they would parent her together. And some things happened along the lines. He had a family at home, and things got really ugly with them as far as that was concerned. And so NAZIYAH, from my understanding and from what my cousin was telling me, NAZIYAH wasn't seeing him regularly. However, from my understanding and what he told me is that he was trying to see her, and my aunt was making it hard for him to see her because at the time she was trying to get custody of the children. And so not even so much making it hard, but, telling him that it's best for her to be her guardian because she can do the things for her that he can.
Because I can get some benefits for being the guardian and cuss him out for before school and all that. Yeah, I need the kid. I'm the best thing for the kid. But so the dad wasn't the best thing for the kid, but Jarvis was.
Can't do. Again, he had a situation, and at that time, his wife wasn't aware that NAZIYAH was born, and that went on like that. She convinced him to let her. They came to an agreement that she would parent NAZIYAH, so to say, and they ended up moving. He lost contact, and so many things happened in between when they lost contact. He was consistently paying child support, from my understanding. He told me that personally, that he was consistent with paying his child support, whether that child support was being spent on NAZIYAH or not. There were many times where she needed things.
Now, in one of my other live streams, the guy, her father admitted that he had lost contact to the point of 4 to 5 years was the last time that he actually seen her. And I said, if you could say 4 to 5 years, it probably was more like 8 to 10. Okay. They lost contact. He had surgery. He had congestive heart failure. He went into surgery. He said his surgery was years ago. He went into surgery. He didn't have a phone. He lost contact with her. The wife found out about it because when he put himself on child support, that paperwork came to his house. Now, if he was working on houses, okay, he probably was an independent type of person. How much child support was he paying after he lost contact? He wasn't making no money. I don't believe he was paying child support all the way to the end unless his wife was paying the child support, if that was his wife. But I end up hearing them saying that she wasn't even his wife at some point. He was just calling her that. So now I'm trying to figure out, was he really married or not, based off his conversation. It's in one of my other live streams titled Her Father Speak Up. But yeah, it was just a bunch of irresponsible people getting together that was just work buddies. They worked on houses. And Lady is very good at it, is what I heard some other people say too. And As a matter of fact, let me see. Now I'm gonna keep that there, and I'm gonna look
Which
at
was one of the
something.
reasons why I would take her clothes. You know, some new, some, you know, I have 2 daughters, and my daughters, you know, they like, you know, nice things like any young person. And so NAZIYAH is smaller than them, and we will pass it down. And not just me, they have 2 other cousins. I won't say their name. And, you know, the mother of one of my aunt's children, she, same thing, her daughters. So, you know, we were looking out for NAZIYAH as far as clothing and such. You know, so yeah, that's that story. And then once this came about, with NAZIYAH missing, he found out about it, and you know, he was out there, you know, like we were, as far as the organized searches is concerned, you know, and passing out flyers. I met up with him a few times, and we were passing out flyers and so on. So there's that. You know, they both made a mistake, but NAZIYAH was none other than a blessing, and it's unfortunate that all this had to happen like this. It's really sad.
This is Kiwana that's talking right
her
now.
father, and the situation, her mother, and she's no longer here. You know.
Can I ask the question? Did anyone know she was pregnant? I mean, at 13, I'm going to keep saying a young girl at 13. You are a mother, you're an auntie, you're a grandmother, whatever. You're going to notice somebody has to buy supplies.
I believe that they did know that she was pregnant. We did not know that she was pregnant until all of this happened. And then we saw the videos and we started kind of like looking, assuming like, wait a minute, it look like she's pregnant. And I personally feel strongly that they knew that she was pregnant.
Because mind you, we were no longer allowed to see them. So
now that's coming from family, y'all. That is coming from the family. They strongly believe they knew.
Phone calls now. It was, you know, I'm sneaking to call you to say hi because they weren't allowed to talk to us. You know, so that's how I was in communication, and that's how she was in communication. It was phone calls. We couldn't see them, so we weren't seeing them visually. You know, aside from the oldest child, I won't say his name, but yeah,
you know, NAZIYAH would text every now and then if she can get a hold of a phone or.
Oops, dang it! I'm about to break everything. Here's a video I came across of Roxy and Lady talking. Let me see.
And procedures as far as, you know, certain agencies.
So this is Roxy, and Lady is gonna pop in on this. Let's listen in on this one.
And things like that with CPS and the Detroit Public School and you know, people who seen things and didn't say anything, and you know, just kind of being bothersome with that. So is there anything that you would like to say in particular, or because I don't know when you came in or what you saw, what you didn't see, what you heard, what you didn't hear.
Roxy, can you repeat the hotel situation because it was loud?
The hotel situation is what I saw when I went over there?
Yes.
So when I went over there, I had talked to several different people who knew him. Knew him by J-Bo. They didn't know him by Jarvis or by Jay. They knew him by J-Bo. And that was people at the gas station, people at the liquor store, and people who live in this particular hotel that's over there on Harper and Connors. And when I was talking to people, you know, they had said that they had been seeing him there with, you know, crackheads and stuff like that. So,
I knew this dude looked like a crackhead to me. You know what I'm saying? When I was looking, because if you look at some of his other pictures, he looked dirtball bad in. You know what I'm saying? This is one of them. He looked like crap in. I mean, but I seen one even worse than this. He really looked like a clucker to me.
It was just the whole hotel is off, and he has been over there several times because it was people who like knew him. So, you know, with me just kind of checking it out, you know, myself and talking to certain people, it was just really off. What have you, but that is not his first time that he has been over there.
You talking about the travel in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's definitely not his first time over there. People definitely recognized him, especially the gas station and the corner store. They even described how he looked without the hat on. I showed them a picture where he was kind of like covered up. And they described him with long hair and his teeth was messed up and stuff like that. So I found that to be
he supposed to have worked at the gas station. They had the auto mechanic shop connected to it. Because I had been there a few times, and he's supposed to have been working there.
Yeah, apparently he worked a whole lot of auto shops.
Yeah, then he worked one down on Neff off of
From my understanding, all of the shops that he worked in was owned by a guy named Frank. And the one that him and King had together, they was leasing that building.
Off of Warren and Cashew, he worked at that one. But you said so. The people are familiar with who he was.
Yes, they are familiar with who he was. Yes. What's also not making sense to me is the hotel got at least, I counted 15 cameras.
Now, how they don't see nothing? But think about it. Now, she counted 15 cameras, but look how much later they went out there. And most of these, and that's a crappy hotel too. It's a motel. They recording over that stuff if the cameras work.
Oh, it's not making sense to me how she was seen going in and not seen coming out.
Now, that remind me of Alania Lenore. She was seen going into a building and not seen coming out. And it's just so many cases that be going through my head, y'all. But I hadn't, that's the first time I'm hearing that, but they didn't say nothing about her and what I just read coming from the prosecutor's office and nothing in court about surveillance footage of NAZIYAH besides her walking down the street after getting off that bus.
Right. So that's not making sense to me.
I can understand that, not making no damn sense.
Right. So I don't know. I'm kind of I don't want to.
Lady is gonna chime in on this show.
But if you wanted to have the floor to say anything, then I wanted to let you, have that.
So, I mean, best they was just on there like you ain't give a fuck, but you did,
I mean, I love my daughter. I mean, it can't be measured how much I love my daughter, and I'm still holding on the fact and the possibility and the fact that she is still living,
right?
Regardless of the news and everything say. I don't do the publicity. I don't do people's platform or however they want to benefit off the situation. My concern is about my daughter. And just because people doesn't see my face or see me all everywhere like some of my, family members be, that doesn't mean that I'm not involved and I'm not trying to keep up with what's going on with my daughter.
Right.
And that's how much I got to say about it to anyone. I don't have to show my face all on the news or, be all on everybody's podcast and all that. I don't have to do all that for somebody to feel that I'm involved with what's going on with my daughter.
Period.
That's her mother. That's what she said. Now she's talking to Roxy and I can't see the other person.
See, they don't know. Letty can build a motherfucking house while they all on Facebook.
From the ground up, you hear me?
Yes, I have multiple skills.
Period.
Very intelligent and got them hands. Stop playing with Lady.
Period.
And this shit killing her. It's killing her.
Absolutely, it's killing me. Nobody knows how I feel about this because it's not them. It's not they. No one knows how I struggle every day just to get through day by day.
Exactly,
Carmi. I try to still be a mother because I do have a son. So it's hard for me, and I try not to get wrapped up in the bull crap. I just try to keep it about the facts and the investigation and what's going on with my daughter. All the other shit is irrelevant to me.
Yeah. Well,
but I want
from me to you, I love you. I love you to death. You know that. Always have and always will. But I'm doing the best that I can.
And I thank anybody else who's reached out and who's involved themselves in the search, involved themselves as far as passing out flyers from the beginning, and still continue to be. I thank everybody for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. We pushing through, and we gonna keep pushing until we get, justice for her and the answers that, NAZIYAH deserves, and you as well. So
yeah,
you deserve that, and she deserved that. So I'm definitely, doing my part to.
Y'all can call in if y'all want to input on
to
this.
get that for you.
I appreciate that. I mean, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that.
Of course, that's what family does.
Okay, now that was NAZIYAH's mom.
Okay,
and
well, y'all,
Roxy.
we gonna be watching and in the comments. Well, lady, she fucked up right now, so she passed on back to me. And
Yep, so that is what NAZIYAH's mom had to say. And that was my first time actually hearing her speak at all. If y'all want to call in and comment on what y'all think about that, you can, or any other thing, but I'm going to keep this one going.
She would, I think one time she reached out to me on social media. The last time I saw NAZIYAH was June of 2022 because I saw CPS in April.
So June of 2022 is the last time she saw her.
I saw her June of 2022, and I was taking one of the other children with me because I have a son that's close to age with one of the other children. They're very close, and I was taking them on a trip. It was like a Father's Day football trip or something, and I saw her that day, and she wanted to go, and I'm like, I'm going to come back when I get back in town. We're going to make plans, so I'm going to come and get you. When I tried to get her like a week and a half later, take her to lunch, let her spend the night, get her nails done, do something fun with her, and they told me that she could not go. Continuously tried to do things for the children, reach out to the children, spend time with the children, be around the children, and they wouldn't let us be around. I showed Deborah the text message where I tried to offer to pay for cheer, like the boys. Two of the older boys in the household were allowed to go and play football. And I'm like, well, all these years these boys get to go play football. Well, they got a scholarship. I'm like, they got cheerleading scholarships too. And if they don't, I'll be willing to pay for her to go to cheer. Why she always got to sit in the house? Why she can't never go and do anything? They declined my offer for that.
And what really puzzled me was when NAZIYAH said that I need the medicine or whatever it was that she was saying she needed.
Her sanitary napkins. Yeah.
No, this was she needed something because gym was getting very, very difficult for her. So that tells me that she had to be further along for it to start being a challenge.
She was definitely 4 months. If she was pregnant, first said to him in September, that would make her 4 months. And shout out to Chop for the 10 jewels. Thank you so much. If you're still here, I just happen to see it. I appreciate that. And anybody, if you want to send donations, you can do that by hitting that gift box and sending jewels or a super chat, also a Cash App. There's many ways to support the channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Activities in gym. So it tells me that somebody in the household, an adult somewhere, had to notice something. And I'm not just saying this to be ugly towards anybody out there, but this is real. This is a young 13-year-old girl that is pregnant that cannot buy her own sanitary napkins. I haven't heard anybody say she had a job. So, I mean,
cleaning the shop.
Stocks of this, or did you look at her? Did you, what? Because
right.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Now, I showed a video of her dancing. You could clearly see her belly, man. And she was good. 4 months. We see how little she was. She went from belly shirts to coats and sweatshirts. Like, come on, man. They ain't pay attention to nothing because they already knew. And then was everybody nervous because Lady was coming in town for December or March? Same month her daughter disappeared. I mean, like I said, how would she be able to hide this from her mother who's paying her a lot of attention? She only there for you. So let me see. Do you support NAZIYAH's family speaking up for her? 36% of y'all said yes. And 33% of y'all said it's all about Zaya for me. 14% says no, you don't support the family, and 17% says too little, too late. And so we win at 36% saying yes, you do support the family. That's supporting NAZIYAH. And I do too. So shout out to y'all. And thank y'all for y'all 132 votes.
Yesterday, somebody that was around her, whether it was one of the other children, but I really believe that the adults know. I grew up, I was a teenage girl. I was raised by my grandmother, and she kept the pad so she would know if I was coming to get them. Absolutely. And even when I came and got them, she said, "Let me see." She came in the bathroom to check me when I was 13, 14
I got two girls, and they're never without their personals, you know. Right. And not only that, but I pay too much attention to my daughters for them to walk
exactly. Do you touch your child? Do your child lay in a bed with you? Do you? Yeah. I remember at 13 climbing in the bed with my grandmother, laying on her, hugging on her, her always hugging on me, her coming in my room while I was undressed to see what I was putting on going to school that day. Because you know at that age, 13, you want to wear the belly shirts, and she wasn't having that. But she stayed on top of me. She knew what I was doing, like what I was wearing. And if she saw me wearing sweatshirts and stuff all the time, she would. I was 20 years old when I got pregnant with my first child, and she was like, she figured it out because I didn't tell nobody until I was further along, and she figured it out. She was like, "You pregnant?" I was like,
"Listen, let me tell you something. We don't have to even go to pregnancy. How about when you start having sex? Yep. And they can look in your eyes and tell you
the way you walk, the way you feel, and everything.
Come on. How about your neck turning black? Why? Yeah.
What's going on with you?
Listen, the generation, the people. I don't know what's going on with folks now.
But no, let's remember, Annette runs a tight ship.
It ain't she run a tight refrigerator with that damn chain on it, okay? The ship has been sunk, okay? Like she ain't see nothing going on that was important to see. But she got that food sealed, don't she?
One of the babies was able to get taken off in the car to the store and didn't nobody know she was being taken.
Right.
And multiple children in the household being violated.
But she wants the one thing with social child protective.
So I just wanted to say, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do help us get to 1,200. We almost there. So if you could take the time now to link and subscribe to the channel for everybody in the chat and the people that's listening in on the replay.
This is in their defense. Even an adoption agency. My sister works in that field. And I know, and she's had in the past, Deborah, as you know, she had foster children. They're going to come out to your house, and you have to have bedrooms according to the amount of children that's in the household.
Yeah, so she made sure she got her ass
bedrooms. Yes,
she made sure she got her ass across her teeth.
It was a dresses, bunk beds,
protecting her child.
That area. Well, for 11 children, she would have had to have at least 7 bedrooms.
They weren't all in the house at the same time. Well, the one house they live in, I believe, was a 2-family flat. They all initially it was just NAZIYAH, her brother, her other daughter, and her 2 children. And then she had like 1 foster child. Well, then that foster child went away, and then the 2 came. And then they went away for a while because actually those 2 were supposed to be in respite care or something because they were with another family, but something happened to the family.
Now, see, when you do rescue care, like that really helps CPS because you like an emergency home that they know they can call at any time of the night and everything and get help.
So she had them for a while, but then.
So I think they get extra special attention from CPS.
I guess the family
and deals allegedly.
Whatever they was going through, they couldn't no longer keep the children. So she ended up taking the children and keeping them permanently. And then the children went back to their parent, their abuser, and she abused them again. And then they brought them back.
Yep, I remember her saying that she never it's boring here. I never get out the house. And even one of her cousins said it might have been Jernelle saying that she had tried to get her help, get her in the programs, offered to pay for it, and they wouldn't let her.
So she always made sure they was on top of her about that, like making sure there was enough bedrooms and the boys was separate from the girls and all this different stuff.
Yeah, just come back with 2 out of those siblings. It was even another child, which was a baby.
That was their brother. Because the young lady. It's just a mess.
But his father got custody of his child.
He ended up getting custody of him because she was trying to adopt all 3 of them. Yeah. But yeah, she crossed her teeth, got her ass for all that type of stuff. But other than that, no.
Yeah, I want to get to a couple of things, guys. And when Kiwana was talking, I want to make sure that we say this publicly. There are other family members who cared about NAZIYAH and are basically kind of behind the scenes that was trying to intervene in the situation.
I'm gonna post a link to this petition on the community tab if y'all could tap into that, and I'm gonna put it in the description box of the video too. I just want to make sure everybody sign the petition.
This is not a situation where this child was completely abandoned by her entire family. That people, maybe did not know what was going on for a time or whatever. Can you all briefly address that, just to let people know there was other people in the family that loved NAZIYAH, was willing to take her in and all of that? Can we deal with that really quickly?
All right, willing to take her in. We would have to fast forward to 2020. Was that September or October 2020?
September.
It was September 2022 when her brother ran away.
Yep, 22.
So her brother ran away in 22. So that was September 22. And then they still continue to get money for these kids to be runaways too. That's another thing. I don't know how it is with this, but in most cases, the kids run away. They never get reported missing, and they continue to get the checks. And these be the ones that they be finding all jacked up out here on their own later. That's sad.
We were trying to find out why first of all, we were trying to find him. We got threatened by the police saying that we was harboring a minor. We was going to go to jail. But Kiwana and I had to advise the plan. I contacted an attorney. We was trying to get the boy to tell them what was going on. The attorney even told him, hey, all you got to do is say you're not safe, and I can go and file for emergency.
Now, this is NAZIYAH's brother that we talking about. He's also spoke, but I don't think I need to find that. But he has said some stuff, and other people speaking up. And I do know that Mark DeAndre got him a job with a like a snow plow service people. They do lawn care, year round.
He refused to say that because he didn't want to go against his nana. So we were telling him, your nana is threatening to put us in jail. We had devised the plan. I was going to take the brother. She was going to take NAZIYAH.
So did.
Because I have boys. So I was like, I'll bring him over here. He's familiar with my boys. NAZIYAH was very close with Kiwana's girls. We had to devise a plan because those children wanted to go. He didn't want to tell on his nana because he was afraid that his sister would end up in foster care.
See, now his sister is gone, so it ain't no reason why he can't speak up if he knows something now. I mean, share what happened with him. If he's running away, that means that it's not good. But we see how the grandmother also talked to people. Like, that's crazy to talk, calling them stupid over a rug being messed up and yelling about a jacket being too little and just simple everyday stuff. Like, that's how you talk to people?
Her grandmother would retaliate against her or keep her from him if he was to tell.
So why would he think his grandmother capable of doing these things? Like, everybody's scared of the grandmother. That's what I'm hearing.
So we couldn't devise it. I tried to do it, but he didn't want to tell. And the lawyer advised me. He was like, "There's nothing we can do about it." I mean, he said you can make another report of the abuse, which I did with the police officer who contacted us, threatening us with harboring a minor. We told him what was going on and why he was afraid. They didn't investigate none of that. He said his job was to make sure the minor went back home.
See, that's the only mission. Get them back home because that's easier for them. Anything else got to go back to court. It's just this system is all messed up and they need to fix it. But do they really want to? It don't seem like it. Like, the boy ran away because of stuff going on at home. I mean, pull him out of there and let him get with another family member that'll take better care of him. Instead, they threaten the family and say you could get in trouble for harboring him and helping him. It's either one way. Either he gonna go back to this grandmother or he gonna just be out in the damn streets on his own. That's stupid.
Yeah. And to add to that, not only did we, try to talk to the workers and get custody of the children, we made preparations. I did with where I was living. I lived in a duplex apartment. Wasn't as much room enough. However, the manager was willing to, let me bring her there. She said, whatever you need to do for those children, we won't violate you. Don't worry about it. Do what you got to do. Because I explained the situation to her. And she told me, listen, whatever you need to do, just say the word, because that's a very serious situation. So, yeah, we actually, I made preparations. I got the kids ready for this to happen. But as she said, it was, her brother, he was afraid that his sister would go into custody. And not just that, he was afraid of what would happen at home. I mean, they had already been out there multiple times, and, you just never know in the mind of a child. Or someone that young.
He was actually experiencing what was going on. Because he did go back, and then he contacted Kiwana and said that he was punished after he went back and ended up leaving again, and pretty much never really went back. He's been there, but he just has not lived there since he ran away those 2 times.
That's
He's basically
crazy.
been out here on his own.
Yeah, sure did. And once that situation occurred, that was actually the agreement amongst him and my auntie. You go wherever the hell you going, and we're gonna keep it like that. I'm not gonna let them know that you're not here, because she was receiving funds, and so
babies for benefits. Y'all hear that? So he out in the street still. He still ain't grown, and he ain't never been back home. This is 2022. They said this boy been out the house. That's crazy. So what does that make him? Like 15 when he left out the house? 14, 15, just out there on his own. And ain't nobody doing nothing about it. And you got all these family members telling. What are you supposed to do?
That's how that went. He was in the street, pillow to post, regularly. We were called because we needed help, cash apps and so on. We would send them and do as much as we could, being mothers of our own children. My thing with him was, listen, I want to do this the right way, and if you this is what I need you to do, so that her or I, can do it the right way. We can get you in school, get the help you need, get you in programs. We can't help you like we want to help you with you being in the street. Okay.
We even pleaded. Well, I pleaded with Shannon and her twin to maybe talk, because he said something about he was afraid of juvenile. We were pleading basically just let us take the kids. They're not happy there. You obviously stressed out because you're snapping at them and stuff. Let us just take the kids, even if it's just temporary. Give you a break, maybe give them a new look on life or something like that. Because obviously they're not getting what they need from there. They rejected that offer as well.
See, they don't know.
She didn't even respond to my offer. Let's say that, but I took that as a rejection as of no. Because if I was going to do it, the lawyer told me don't just let her send him. We gonna get temporary guardianship because she might set you up, because she was threatening pretty much if you harboring him, you going to jail and all this different stuff. She said we have to do it by the book because this is a very sensitive situation.
Oh, she was threatening me regularly. I mean,
they sent the police to Kiwana house.
Sure did.
That's crazy, y'all. So look, I just put the link to the petition in the description box of the video. So as you're watching this, if you look under the video, it'll say more, and you hit more, you'll get to the description box. And please sign that. Like, y'all could do it after this live stream, but please sign it.
Circling around my place, had him calling my son's phone. And then she had the nerve to call me and say, if you see him, you need to bring him home. I said, well, I tell you what, you need to be honest about the abuse that's going on inside the home. I said, you know what's going on. I said, you know exactly why he running away. Oh, no, he just want to be grown. He want to run the streets. He want to smoke weed. Well, weren't you the one that passed him his first blunt? Weren't you the one that passed him his first weed?
Not Granny. Not old Granny did not do that. But then again, let me see. Where Granny at? Right there in the mix. Looked like they was at some type of party of some sort. So Granny passing blunts and then crucifying them for smoking. Like, allegedly. Make that make sense.
He told me because I was his favorite older cousin. So he would tell me things, and he would expect for that to be between him and I. But let the truth be what it is. They were good with blaming the children and not taking accountability for themselves, looking past the weed.
They would blame the children and say they was this, that, and the other based on things that they had been taught. Right. The things that they were mirroring. Everything like NAZIYAH. A lot of people say that she was fast. Those things that NAZIYAH was doing, not only did Jarvis groom her at a very young age to do.
So when I screenshot this earlier, right before I came live, it was at 1327, and right now it's at 14,308. And then the person that started this petition is Tamara Liberty Smith, and she is on Facebook. Let me see what she wrote. So the issue. She said, we, the undersigned, call upon child CPS to enforce stricter measures to prevent individuals who have violated CPS rules regarding known pets from maintaining custody or contact with children. This petition is dedicated to the memory of NAZIYAH Harris, whose life was tragically taken because of a decision to allow a known pred a second chance. And that literally came out of Shannon's mouth, okay? Dear CPS, the safety and well-being of our children must be our utmost priority. Recent events have highlighted a critical gap in the enforcement of CPS rules, allowing children to remain in environments where their safety is compromised by known violators of these rules. NAZIYAH Harris's tragic passing underscores the need for immediate action. Her life was cut short because a known ped was allowed to have contact with her despite existing CPS guidelines intended to prevent such scenarios. We believe that this tragedy could have been avoided with stricter enforcement and oversight. It absolutely could have been. And then we sitting here listening to family members that call CPS that did nothing allegedly. And I mean, we got to say allegedly, but this is what they're saying happened. It ain't been proven in court yet, but it has been many times, okay? It's just absolutely ridiculous. And so, let me put that back up. Yeah, if they would enforce their rules, then this definitely would have never happened. And if Shannon and the mother and all the decisions they made about their household and what was allowed, it's just crazy. It's everybody's fault that I just named. So NAZIYAH Harris's tragic passing underscores the need for immediate action. Her life was cut short because a known ped was allowed to have contact with her despite existing CPS guidelines intended to prevent this scenario. We believe that this tragedy could have been avoided with stricter enforcement and oversight. We urge CPS to review and strengthen policies, reevaluate current policies related to the custody and care of children who may have been exposed to known people like him, ensuring that these policies are robust and comprehensive. 2, enhance monitoring and compliance. Increase monitoring and enforce efforts to ensure compliance with CPS rules, particularly in cases where a child's safety may be at risk. 3, implement mandatory reporting and accountability measures. Establish mandatory reporting and accountability protocols for caregivers and guardians who knowingly place children in unsafe environments. 4, provide better support and resources. Offer more support and resources for families and caregivers to make sure informed decisions that prioritize the safety of children. By signing this petition, my voice don't want to work no more, I guess. By signing this petition, we hope to bring about meaningful change that will protect children and prevent future tragedies. Let us work together to honor the memory of NAZIYAH Harris by ensuring that every child has a safe and nurturing environment they deserve. Thank you for your attention to this urgent matter. Sincerely, Tamara Liberty Smith. I feel like some people should be fired too. Some people who was assigned to go out and check on things that didn't do anything. Like somewhere in this, somebody need to be fired. Somebody said, I signed a petition because I experienced the same thing as a child by my aunt's boyfriend. Even though I told my grandma and aunt, they didn't believe me and would punish me by locking me in the rooms, denying me food, and whip me. They will say that I was lying and that I was just being fast and hot in the behind. What? At that age, I didn't even know what that meant. So for me, NAZIYAH's story really hit home. Wow. Somebody posted that 2 days ago. As someone who was 16 taken advantage of by a 22-year-old, thinking it was love. This story touches my heart. Please protect these kids. Justice for NAZIYAH. Somebody else, please sign. I was 16 dealing with a 26-year-old who watched me grow up. I thought it was love, but instead I was being groomed. Y'all, listen. So many stories about this. She need to be held accountable, someone said. I felt like she won't get I feel like she won't get justice until everyone in that circle go to jail. This is why I'm signing the petition. As a teen growing up in Detroit, I would like for stuff like this to be seen and heard. If the man already had cases behind children, why is he around children anyway? Why do anybody have him around their kids? How did y'all not notice? Because nobody pays attention to this girl. This is sad. Justice for NAZIYAH. I am a victim and I want justice. Love you. Hope you get found soon and get rest peacefully. Justice for NAZIYAH. Let's get these petitions signed, people. Protect our children. I'm so sorry this happened to you, sweet angel. This case shouldn't have taken a year to get the recognition it deserves. I'm so sorry, NAZIYAH. The people who were supposed to protect you failed you. I hope we can bring you justice, baby girl. May God bring you home. May God help us bring you home. And then it says the family was housing her needs to be held accountable. Shannon Harris, her twin, the granny, unalived her. They was jealous of her mother and her mother's kids. Well, to hear the grandmother say right there on the stand that she don't mess with her own daughter, it was wild to hear a mother say that. And then it was like, well, why do you dislike your daughter so much? And then I also was like, well, hell, if she don't like her own daughter, perhaps she don't like her kids either. You know what I'm saying? If you really can't stand your daughter. Now, I did hear them say, they asked Shannon in court if she went with her mother to report NAZIYAH missing. And she said, no, my mother and my older sister, which is NAZIYAH's mother, did. So her mother was there when she went missing. And her mother said that on the stand. I don't deal with my daughter. Well, you dealt with her that day. And so that tells me it's been a lot of falling out with her daughter, why she been in town trying to find her daughter and stuff. But I'm happy to see that a lot of people are signing this petition. I'm going to keep this going.
But she witnessed it from the other women that were around her on a regular basis. She learned that behavior. She learned how to be manipulative. She learned, and then she was seeking attention because she wasn't getting attention at home. She wanted to feel something, and he was the only one who was paying attention to her. Obviously, because they didn't know none of this was going on, but all of it was happening on Shannon's phone.
And let me say this. She was absolutely looking for attention. You know what? And today,
Was it today or yesterday? I believe it was today. They said in those text messages, she was constantly asking, am I ugly? Do you think I'm pretty? Well, let me tell you, she always felt ugly. She had very low self-esteem. And I was the one, I would always say, you are beautiful. That's how I gave her the nickname Pretty Eyes, because her nickname from her mom is Tuda. And then we also call her Zaza. However, I wanted to go the extra mile and make her feel pretty when I call her name. And so I gave her Pretty Eyes.
Well, I can tell you what, you go on Instagram under 5-Star Zaza, you'll see her, all them songs she was singing, all that stuff was straight to her auntie about, her being, it was just like, you just got to see it. You can tell. And I actually I don't even know what I did to the video that I had of that, but literally all the songs saying that she ain't like me, she ain't pretty, like she ain't even pretty. All of these things, you can tell that it was a girl sending messages to her said person of interest. You know what I'm saying? Singing song. That whole channel was dedicated to him, and she created at the same time that her mother gave her this text now number, which was, I think it was March 4th or something like that.
She had some beautiful, gorgeous eyes. She's a beautiful girl. Yes, she was. But let me say this. They added to her low self-esteem. They were constantly saying things to her like, you nappy-headed. You got nappy hair. So she felt like it gave her a complex.
See, and with that being said, now we all know Jarvis got what you consider that good hair, right? And that's what Shannon was going for with these kids, maybe. Because her kids definitely took after him more than her. And then they all have fine, nice hair too, allegedly.
Fine hair. And I would have to tell her, baby, you got black girl magic. You see my kinks? You see my hair? You better love yourself. You are beautiful, baby. Those are nines all through your coils. And I would have to try to make her feel good.
These the people telling her about her when she looked better than everybody on this damn flyer. But anyway, that stuff just so narrow-minded. Just breaking somebody. But look at her round face, though, y'all. Look at that nose. She's clearly covering up, hiding.
Because they would tear her down by making her feel like she wasn't as pretty as the other kids. You had nappy hair. You bony. These were the things that they were so wrong-headed self. That was something they said.
She bony, but when she got weight on her, they ain't questioning nothing.
Then it was jokingly, but to her, it was damaging.
Oh, it sounds like some of that might have been purposely for some reason. I mean, being around children in the business for almost 30 years, it's something so dysfunctional that it's probably, we would never understand because we're so far from this, the justice that he deserved, because he's been to prison for
they'll still have these people around, like their family. They'll protect their name. I mean, I've had people, go back and forth with me about their family members, and because I'm telling, why are you protecting this person? I've lost relationships because I've stood on that. If you are going to protect this person, then you are, again, like someone else would say, a part of the problem, because there's no way in the world I'm going to know that you're a pedophile, whether you my uncle or whoever you are, and you're going to come sit at my table and feast with me and my family. It's not going to happen.
Come on. Yeah. Come on. I'm saying what goes on in the home, stay in the home. You need to make a difference with that. Tell your daughter or tell your son what goes on in the home. Yes, stay in the home. But if it's unhealthy, if somebody's touching you inappropriately, if somebody is doing things to you to make you feel uncomfortable, those are the things you tell. But if you see mommy and daddy have an argument and we're in an uncomfortable position,
I want to do this. So what I was going to say is, and I've been looking at a lot of comments and all of that all week long, and one of the things that came up a couple of times was that Shannon was jealous. Shannon, the aunt, was jealous of NAZIYAH, knowing that, the relationship between NAZIYAH and I hate to call it a relationship, but for lack of a better word, the relationship between NAZIYAH and Jarvis. Do you guys have any thoughts, any knowledge of that, if that's even true, or just any thoughts about Do you think that she would have been?
Thank you for subscribing, whoever just subscribed.
Jealous of NAZIYAH? A lot of people have said that. A lot of people have said that. As you can see, NAZIYAH was jealous of Shannon and the others, but would you be jealous if y'all both was pregnant at the same time?
Jesus. Right. Please, Lord.
My God.
Yeah, and not only that, but, you know, for her to go to the extent of knowing he's a pedophile, knowing multiple times, women have called her and told her their stories. And so...
Now that's crazy. Women have called her and told her their stories. She don't give a damn. She got a bunch of them in their own household.
If you will go the extra mile to stay with this man, imagine knowing that he's sleeping with your niece. Okay?
And she
loves him to death. He didn't stop right there. There's a lot of demons in that house. There's a lot of stuff not coming out. I see a whole lot in my head. I'm not going to even bring it out, but it didn't stop there. It didn't stop. It's a mess.
Agreed. I agree with you, Lauren.
There's a whole lot of mess going on in that house, and they can cover it up to hell freeze over. But it was a whole lot of mess. Everybody was doing it. Some of them was doing it together.
Y'all hear that?
I said, ooh. This is a mess. This is an insane mess. This is a little girl, 13 years old. And I don't want to say it's no fault of hers whatsoever.
Not at all.
She was put into this position. And I tell everybody that's listening out there, if you have a 13-year-old or 10, 11, 12, any age child, boy or girl, this man, from what I understand, he was messing with his own child.
Yes.
So don't just look at the aunts, the uncles, the cousins. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that we have to look at blood relatives now.
Yeah.
And it's like one lady said years ago, she said her child's father was sleeping with her child. That's not uncommon. We hear it a lot now. That's right. And so she said, so now when I hear my new husband, which she's had for many years now, get up, I get up. When he get out the bed, go use the bathroom, I'm woke. I want to come back and get in my bed. But see, I can't live like that. That's not trust.
Yeah.
That's not trust, but that's where we are now.
Janelle, you wanted to say something? I'm just saying that's what some of the testimony was. Like one of the children in the household basically said he was messing with everybody.
He was messing with everybody. I ran across a video. It was a little boy that was in that household that was holding on to the refrigerator, and somebody was recording him from the back, from behind him, as he held onto this refrigerator, and he was just gyrating, going, and it didn't look right. You hear me? It did not look right. It did not look healthy. Okay. Welcome in, Summer. Thank y'all for being here. Shannon looked like she wake up with Jarvis, get up, and in there when he taking a... Yeah, this man can't do no wrong. She right there. She sat up there and made herself sound like a fool on the stand, talking about telling her, why do you constantly keep calling me? Why do you keep calling my phone? And I tell him, I ask the kids if they the ones calling him. Nah, you calling them. He asking you. She trying to act like the kids be having her phone. Get out of here. We know what it is, Big Mama. We know what it is.
The preliminary exam. Let's talk a little bit about you all's thoughts or what your takeaways have been, what stuck out to you during this week of trauma. I think everybody's traumatized behind listening to them phone records.
Okay.
Listen, and I want to say something about people calling.
Again, I want to give a shout out to Community Advocate Network. This is the channel and that's the woman that's speaking right now. This is her channel. Now, this video, when I first found it, it didn't have all these views, but this was actually 12 days ago. And every video, I mean, I put this in the link of this description box of my other videos as well that I played this in. But this video now has 100K views. So people have been tuning in, and her subscribers have gone up a lot.
Somebody put in my comments today, the child wasn't the aggressor per the text messages. I just blocked them.
Yeah, you can't help ignorance.
Naziyah was raised for people to be. I mean, not only is it.
I mean, but a lot some people might feel that way. I've been some of these comments are disturbing, like how knowing how people think and all of that stuff. Like it was people that basically was reading NAZIYAH her rights, like, oh yeah. Well, I didn't mean to play that, but let it play. I didn't mean to play it, but let it play. Why did NAZIYAH say this?
Hey y'all, I'm Rainbow. No, don't pay them no more. Y'all come in.
Again, what is that supposed to mean? And why is she saying that she's Rainbow? Like I said, I picture her after finding out about that cousin in the middle. For real. She was spending a lot of time over there. Learning.
Inappropriate, and that is
allegedly, y'all.
Stupidity. A child can't give consent for a reason. Neither can they be an aggressor. So, listen, and I gotta understand that. Yeah. Overstand. I'm trying to overstand it. Yeah.
It's our brothers and sisters too. They got this thing about like they don't want to go against their mom.
Right. Well, I think that's pretty typical of kids. That's the thing. That's why they're children. I mean, they're easily manipulated. They're easily controlled.
No, these are the grown children.
Oh, okay.
These are grown children who know things and have seen things and noticed things and know what we've been going through for all this time and been telling them, and they are afraid to say anything because they don't want to go against the grandmother.
Yeah, so she talking about like what's his name, Florentino, and I mean, are they talking about Lady too? I mean, I don't know, but they talking about the grown ones that ain't in there. They still don't want to say nothing. That is a stronghold. Annette, man, that lets you know this is how they grew up. Like, you don't build that type of fear when you just started doing something when they become teenagers. This is deep rooted. It's like they was raised for this damn purpose. They was brought into this world for this purpose.
Want to go against her?
Allegedly.
Yeah, somebody is making the comment, why was he ever allowed around the kids anyway? Was he not registered as a sex offender? We've talked about that already, but just a brief answer, he wasn't supposed to. Tuesday. It was Tuesday. I had to think about it Tuesday. Yeah. So let me know if you want to.
Now I do want to get to the part where the Roxy comes in at, because this caused a rift with everybody. This very live stream, and I don't think I got to it the last time we was listening to some of this. So I'm skipping through a little bit.
First to talk about their thoughts of the hearings. So and what has happened so far in the hearings. You know, the things that were heard, they affected me. It's her cousin. I'm sure it affected a lot of people. Just hearing her, that she was in that state of mind, that she needed love so bad, or, just wanted to feel pretty or feel loved by someone, that she turned to him for it, and hearing the testimony of my little cousin, that was heartbreaking. But again, she was very brave, and I'm proud of her for getting up there and telling it like it needed to be told. As far as the judge go, she did not come to play. She read every thought that I had been thinking, and everything that I wanted to say, she said it. And so
yeah, the judge, she was on it. Let me see what she done.
Gave them a lot of information, but we were like hounding them, and they was like, "Oh, just look, you gave us the information. We following it. Just stand down. Don't go out here in these houses looking. Don't go out here accusing people and knocking on doors."
Oh, this is the part I think that might be in question. Hold on.
Hearing her, that she was in that state of mind, that she all of it, because it's a lot of mess, and she's seen straight through it. It's heartbreaking, It's heartbreaking. Like I said, we knew of abuse, but not to this extent. Never to this extent. Janelle.
Yeah, I was shocked about a lot of things that came out in court. Now I understand, like when we were working with or talking to the Detroit Public School Police, DPD people, you know, like we was in there like talking to them and stuff. Now I see why they told us, stand down. We got everything we need. We don't need you doing no searches. You can pass out some flyers, but we got everything we need.
Absolutely.
Because we gave them a lot of information.
Now they saying that they was told that they got everything they need, like when they did that, don't do no searches and all of this stuff. Because I do remember in the video that I'm gonna play about Roxy, that's one of the things she brought up. Like, I think, well, if they didn't have everything, because the ball wasn't rolling right away. But I'm not sure at what point she's talking, but I'm gonna let her talk.
But we were like hounding them.
Welcome in, Obsidian.
They was like, oh, just look, you gave us the information. We're following it. Just stand down. Don't go out here in these houses looking. Don't go out here accusing people and knocking on doors and all that stuff. Just stand down. We got everything we need. We just need some time to put it together. It takes time to get subpoenas for text messages. It takes time to get subpoenas from the phone companies. It takes time to run DNA samples and stuff like that. It takes time.
Absolutely.
We knew they told us this before the 14th.
Sure did.
We got the information when it was transferred. We talked to the Detroit Public School Police the Friday after NAZIYAH went missing. We didn't find out until Thursday night. She went missing on the Tuesday.
She definitely looked like a fool in that dress, man. I cannot. Stuff that fit is not, it just don't look good with all those bumps and humps and all that. I don't think so.
I done on Facebook post on a Thursday night. We called Friday morning.
Sure did.
And told them everything that we knew and what could have possibly happened.
Yeah, she did a good job.
But just to see all of it unfold was a little bit of a relief because I've been preaching this for a long time and no one would listen. No one believed me. Or they would say, oh, the kids are not denying it. We're not seeing it. The family over there was saying, oh, she's lying. She's not telling the truth. I don't know why she would make that up about him. I don't know what she got against him and my mama, but she lying. Just my truth to come out.
Yeah.
They were lying from the beginning. I was pretty much told that a lot of the things that we told them that first couple weeks is what they would have never looked. Annette would have kept on saying she ran away. Would have never said that she was missing. As a matter of fact, Detective Gardner told me when the grandmother said she missing. I said, no, she lying. She ain't missing. That girl won't be gone.
She meant run away. She said it wrong. But yeah, the grandmother told him she ran away. See, and then that's another reason why they wasn't really forcing anything. I mean, but after time went on, they should have did something before they did.
They contact nobody, no money, not on the social media. But just to see it all put together. And that judge, she saw through all the BS. She saw all the lies. And the neglect that we've been trying to tell them was going on. She saw all of it. It's unfortunate it took for NAZIYAH to be the reason why all this shit came out when we've been telling people for years. This ain't nothing that just happened in February. This been happening for years. And we've been going through it, arguing back and forth with Shannon, arguing back and forth with the different police people we came in contact with, calling CPS, trying to get the kids. So it's a little bit of relief. I can say that a little bit of the weight is off of my shoulders, but we still got a long way to go because I want to know where her body at, and I believe they need to go ask Shannon. Because she know everything that he do. If out of all the
this coming from family, y'all, we gotta consider this. Like this the one that said her and Shannon was thick as thieves. This the one that gave her low income apartment over to Shannon. You know what I'm saying? This was her dog. And she's saying this.
And he been with, she the one who keep up with him the most.
Keep up with him the most.
Oh my God.
Now we can't say she lying because we heard Shannon say on the stand that, you know, Jarvis had to get after her for constantly calling him. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
There's a question here that the audience wants me to pose to you guys. Oh Lord, did I lose it that quickly? Will you ask the guests what do they think? Oh, okay. The audience's member is asking. Gual05 asks, what did you all think about Jarvis' sister's testimony? And I want both of you to answer.
Oh, okay.
Tijuana, thank you for doing the right thing. I know it was very difficult for you to have to do that, and I don't think it was because it was your brother. I think it was more so that you felt like, damn, I saw her, and if I had just took a little bit of extra step, maybe I could have prevented all this. But I really appreciate her testimony. I could tell that it was very difficult for her. Yeah, and I could tell that she was kind of silenced in a way too, where she couldn't really just say what she wanted to say. But I don't know why that was, or what the process. They probably want her to save some of that information for trial. For trial or something like that. But I really appreciate that she do that. Jarvis's family had already reached out to me when he was charged. Because I am actually a good friend with one of his cousins. And she reached out to me and told me that they was behind us 100% and they supported us and they didn't want no association with him and they were supporting us. Wow. And I just really appreciate that. She said that, like it could have been, it was a difficult situation. Like, dang, that's my friend, but this is my cousin. She hadn't really said much to me. But when she came, she explained herself and told me that Jarvis's sister was had made some reports to the police and she couldn't talk about a lot of them. I listened to her or whatever, but it was greatly appreciated. I just, like I've been telling people for the longest, it's not only just NAZIYAH family hurting, but his family is hurting, because that's got to be devastating to find out your family member, your son, your brother, his other children, to find out your father can do something like this. So that's how
and they would have had to already know, if they was close to him at all, because he spent 10 years already in prison. This was known. He was a pred. Like, this uncle, you hide your kids from this uncle.
How I feel about her testimony.
Oh, bastard.
Okay, Kiwana. I'm gonna let it. I'm gonna let her. I think she did a very good job. I appreciate her testimony. I have a few mixed feelings, but I do respect that she got up there and she expressed what she needed to and spoke against her brother. We needed her to do that, and she did that. So I absolutely appreciate that. And so I'm gonna just leave it there for now. All right. I wanted to. Yeah, I definitely wanted to ask about that. How is it? So I'm going to ask again. There was a situation in the courtroom the other day. Can we talk about that or briefly?
Now this is where I found out that the father, Marquita's the twin. Now that's the other thing. The other twin's baby daddy. I'm gonna let her talk though.
That's who did it. So, but are you talking about the child's testimony or
at that time what happened?
Yeah, there's an article about that.
Okay, great. We can talk about that.
Newspaper articles out about basically what the child has said.
I never did see that.
But we don't. But I don't mean talk about the child's testimony as opposed to
what happened after
altercation. Yeah.
The altercation that happened after the child testified.
Wait, let me stop you one more time, Janelle.
Okay.
Because I want to preface this. I was covering. I want to make sure I preface this with the audience so they know what's going on. Those of you that were live streaming with us or any other wherever else all week long know that we would have to wait sometimes for the court cameras to come on. And on Tuesday, was it Tuesday?
I think it was Tuesday.
It was Tuesday. There, from our end, those of us who were directly in the courtroom, we're waiting on the cameras to come on. They had taken a lunch break, so we came back and waited on them. So we waited or whatever. And then finally, after their lunch break, they turned the cameras back on. But when they did, Judge Sabree, which is her name, Sabree, said, we have I think it's called a something 5 testimony. But whatever the legal term is, it's indicative of a child testimony. So she asked everybody to turn their cameras off. So we, of course, they shut us down, and I guess whoever was there recording had to turn off. So when we came back from that, finally, because someone in the comments said, how long is this going to take? And I said, this is really strange, because with children, they don't try to keep children on the stand too long, because it's traumatic for them. And then you got to think about a child sitting there looking at the defendant, especially if they're testifying against them and all of that. I said, so I don't understand what's taking so long, because they don't usually keep children on the stand this long. And then finally, the cameras came back on. I said, oh, here we go. And okay, few seconds go by, and boom, just the rolled off again. So I want you to start
from there.
The information was actually given to Kiwana. I don't know if you want to tell what actually happened, Kiwana, or you want me to tell it.
I'll tell it. Upon her testimony, her father was upset. Like any father would be. And him listening to his daughter, say the things that she said, and not just the fact that he did the things that he did to NAZIYAH and to another family member, but he tried to do it to his daughter. He was 50. He was upset, and they had to escort him out of the courtroom because he did exactly what any parent would do.
He did exactly what somebody should have did a long time ago, and I commend him from that. Me and him have not always saw eye to eye, but I commend him from that. Because that was real,
I don't think that the audience knows what happened, y'all.
Right, but I wonder where has he been as far as his daughter? Now that's supposed to be the twin sister, the Marquita, her baby daddy. So her daughter was touched and on a stand by this dude. So your own twin sister was touched, and y'all continue to let him stay around, but you didn't know. Get out of here.
He tried to get Jarvis, and they had to send him in there to get him away from Jarvis. Jarvis and his attorneys had to go back in that little holding room with Jarvis. The judge went in her chamber. Everybody was crying. People had to duck and dodge because he was about to handle the business, and he said he basically didn't care about what was going on.
Yeah, he did. Well, he did not play about his daughter.
No.
But I can tell you guys, in watching the live stream today, Jarvis Butts was limping and had bruises.
Oh, he been limping.
Not like that.
Limping, but he had those bruises. Somebody clapped him up every time he come to court. Since that arraignment, he get knocked up a little bit.
That's what I said.
Now, see, I know something is going on. They need to explain that.
Yeah,
that's why he
was a little beat up the other day. He was pulling that mask up higher and higher. If it go any higher, it's gonna be on his forehead.
Right.
His eyelashes was meeting the top of that mask.
And I had to ask, I said, the inmates allowed to have TV? So you know they watching?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they know. Oh, yeah. They FaceTime and everything else in prison now.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
They got access. They probably got people who on this live that they called in there and told their family members that's in there, hey, his name is.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Oh, yeah. So
he's not in he's in a jeopardizing situation right now. He's not going to sleep.
No, I wouldn't. I would just confess and tell everything. Cause they don't stay on him until you do.
Guys. He doesn't look remorseful to me.
He don't give a damn, okay? So on Tuesday, one of NAZIYAH's young cousins testified about being in the room with another cousin while Butts took advantage and had an essay with NAZIYAH. The cousin says it wasn't the first time she witnessed Butts coercing her into this. She testified that he tried to make advances towards her at one point, but she was able to say no after recognizing what he was trying to do. Hold on, let me. Eight witnesses, including NAZIYAH's grandmother and aunt, testified Monday during. Okay, we already know that. When Shanna Harris testified that she did not suspect anything beyond a normal uncle-niece bond between Butts and NAZIYAH. Whatever.
So today they was asking, somebody yelled out, tell us where she at.
Yeah.
And he just kept walking. He ain't flinching nothing. But what got me was it was something in the comments the other day about the judge was like, is he crying? I was like,
he tried to cry. He tried to cry. He tried to cry because he know when he get back to that cell, he's going to get beat up again.
That was right after that DNA reading. And he was going to the back, they was going to lunch, and she was like, is he crying?
But here's the thing, because, and again, I'll refer to the comments. I have gotten so many comments like, why was this guy still walking the streets? Why was it, because it just don't make sense. I mean, he's just going around, messing up all of these young girls and affecting their lives and whatever to the families and all of that. And it's a genuine question. You don't, of course, advocate for stuff like that, for violence or whatever, but in somewhere down the line,
Jarvis Butts was never dealt with properly. Absolutely. He has not had a reason to even attempt to change his behavior. When you all were talking earlier and said when he got out of prison for the first charge, I would almost bet money that he came home and resumed his normal activities of abusing children. Because it is very, very hard to rehabilitate a pedophile. Let me tell y'all. I'm talking.
Okay, so let me read some of this. So an expert in the phone records forensic and cell tower presented a timeline of where they tracked Butt's phone between the time NAZIYAH went missing and the following 36 hours. So the expert testified that data showed Butt's phone sometime after 4 p.m. on January 9th, 2024 at his shop on Connor Street. So between that time and a little before 7:30 p.m., the data showed the phone's location heading towards Ypsilanti, consistent with what one witness testified on Monday about seeing NAZIYAH with Butts. Further analysis showed more activity from his cell phone near his shop again between 8:22 and 9 o'clock around January 10th. So that goes with King's testimony when he said they left the shop around 7:30 p.m. that night to go to Ypsilanti, which take about 35 to 45 minutes to get there. They arrived back at the shop around 8:45. He said he was running late on his tether. He split the money and he left, leaving Jarvis and NAZIYAH there. He did not see them leave. So an expert then testified that Butts' phone activity showed near the Park Crest Inn in Harper Woods. And Harper rings a bell because that Angel's Liquor store that they picked NAZIYAH up from when she got off the school bus was on Harper Street. Okay? So I'm just saying all this now. But I don't know if that means that inn is on Harper. I don't know. Two witnesses on Monday testified that Butts would allegedly take women there to have sex. Another exhibit shows Butts' phone activity between 11:40 p.m. on January 10th, which was the next day, and 1:30 a.m. I knew I heard these times. That's why when I was reading about when he left the hotel, when he checked out of the hotel, but they said he checked out of the hotel at 12:20 p.m. and he checked in at 9:30, from 9:30 to 12:30 p.m. the next day. But that was so that would have been the 10th, the next day when he checked out. Okay, so on the 10th, but this is saying 1:30 a.m. Okay, another exhibit showed Butts' phone activity between 11:40 p.m. on January 10th and 1:30 a.m. on January 11th. Okay, so he was near the area of 7 Mile and Birch Road. It is the same location where the crews searched for NAZIYAH's body. They never found her body, but they found a jacket, pink onesie, and a black, they said in a black Nike shoe, but it was red, white, and black that matched what the witnesses described teens wearing when she went missing, which it don't match what they said she had on. It don't. Like, they didn't say that's what the hell she had on. They said she had on some light blue jeans and a jean shirt. They ain't say nothing about the sweater that she had on or the sweatshirt. Let me pull that up while I'm reading this, because they definitely did not give the right description. But anyway, I be finding all kind of errors when I'm reading this stuff and stuff. Like, I really do. But it is the same location where they found her stuff. Okay. We were responding to a missing person Oh, and also, you know, if you listen at Mark, he said they found a body with a tether on it in one of these areas. It might have been in this area, going through the. And I mean, that was the other strange thing. They found a body and it had weapons inside of this abandoned place. A bunch of weapons in there would have got that. Like, what the heck is going on? They need to, if they not gonna do nothing with these houses, they need to rip them down because they stashing bodies and all kind of stuff is going on in these bandos that should be just torn down. They are eyesore anyway. Damn, this is where they hide the bodies at. We were responding to a missing person. Border Patrol agent Wyatt Barnes told the court on Tuesday. I was searching the riverbank in a river road. We were searching south along the bank. I was on the east side of the bank in 7 Mile and Berg. Butts has also been charged with the abuse of two other girls in another case. Two other girls, in a separate case. So that's gonna be interesting. That might not be televised or anything. I hope they televise this right. Like, put it on Law and Crime so we can hear it right. I mean, God, a full day testimony is expected on Wednesday. Okay, I'm gonna let this keep playing.
For the audience now, it is slim to none that you're gonna rehabilitate a child sexual offender.
Yeah, ain't no rehabilitation in that.
Which is not true. A lot of people did a lot of different things in their own way.
Okay, so here we go. Right here. This is the part where I'm trying to figure out what was said about Roxy and you know, why they falling out.
I think that people
what I was trying to figure out here is why are the families the family sides that's helping, why are they feuding with each other? And I just wanted to find out what they said on this podcast because I never did listen to the whole thing.
In that it started maybe around the time of the when they started organizing the searches for NAZIYAH. Is that what happened?
Wait, let me see. When what happened? Let's go back to what she told me.
I mean, really love this child. Regardless of what was going on in that particular unit in that home, this family didn't just neglect and abandon NAZIYAH. The people in the family does not agree with how NAZIYAH was being raised, what NAZIYAH was being exposed to, or the other children. So when we make blanketed statements like that to say that family XYZ, well, you talk about a whole lot of people besides those few you know. So I want to get to this, and I want to make sure that we cover it because there was a lot of things that was going on, and at some point there was a rift. I think that people. Well, I think that am I correct in that it started maybe around the time of the when they started organizing
Welcome in, Angela.
For NAZIYAH? Is that what happened?
It was like towards maybe close to right before he was charged or so, or maybe a little after. I would have to look at my messages to see. But basically, all this stuff got started, like I said, in 2022. Unfortunately, my efforts did not do anything. Other family members who were involved, efforts did not do anything at that time. We got, like I said, we had a little action where they made her move from the one guy, but it did not work. Unfortunately, I thought reporting to CPS, they gonna figure it out. CPS, just please don't get involved.
So when they talk about the other guy, that comes out in court through the text messages between her and Jarvis and him saying, just be mine, don't mess with nobody else, and blah, blah, skip A and all that. So I'm thinking that's what he was talking about. Because at first she was saying it wasn't nobody. And then she ended up apologizing. So I didn't really know what they was talking about there. But this is what they was talking about.
Anyways, how all this stuff started most recently once NAZIYAH went missing was basically Kiwana and I talking to Detective Garner at Detroit Public Schools.
Because it's not that easy, Summer. Like, they make it really hard. Please sign a petition. Yeah, V314. But they make it real hard. That's what they was explaining. It was a time when she was trying to, one of them was gonna take the boy, the other one's gonna take the girl, and they wanted to do it the right way through getting the guardianship and all of that. But that would take money out of Annette's home. Annette is the grandmother. If she give a guardianship, that means the money that she get for them kids will go to whoever is gonna take care of them. And so she didn't want to give them up. And then CPS said the only way that they can take the kids out of the house is if the children tell them what's going on in the house. And they did not want to go against the grandmother. This is NAZIYAH's brother Vari that they was talking about. He did not want to go against his grandmother. So they made a deal. You stay out there. I ain't gonna say nothing. And and that's what's happening. He's still out on the street, or still out. Been out since 22. So CPS, yeah, they need to answer to this. They don't. I mean, they be allowing stuff allegedly. Like I said, I done seen through the Anaya Day Garrett case, the 4-year-old who was unalive. CPS got sued, and he won, the father. So a lot of people need to take that route because they ain't doing their damn job. Unless it's their job to do this.
Hounding her pretty much to the point I think she got a little bit aggravated with me, and I got aggravated right back with her, saying so did Kiwana. And then they finally started all these searches and this, that, and the other. Someone, myself and my family, ended up talking to Mark B, and it went social media viral. I guess Roxy befriended Mark B. I've been knowing Mark B since 9th grade. He's done business with some of my family members.
Okay.
We went to high school together for a couple years.
Okay, so she do know Mark D. And okay, so we get into it. And then we gonna go to Roxy's response to this. I could have just started here, but I wanted to hear all that too.
Years. So I've been knowing him for a long time, since we was kids. So my family member had did some business with them, and so they knew who he was. So we talked to Mark. It went social media viral. Roxy, I'm not sure when, but I know like sometime in November she was supposed to be moving back to Michigan or whatever. But she was here doing all that stuff with Mark, and she ended up befriending Mark, and they became close and collaborated or whatever. So and Roxy just had her own efforts of going, despite the police telling us to stand down or whatever, because they had everything they needed. She had her own efforts, which we were okay with passing out the flyers because the police had told us to stand down. They had everything that they need from the information that we had gave them. So we did that. We continued to post. We continued to pass out flyers. Well, fast forward during all the searches that they did, they're, getting NAZIYAH's name out there, we started receiving death threats and scam artists and psychics and lies, and then people called us, beware, don't listen to her because she's a scam artist, and someone actually vandalized my house.
What?
Because a lot of Roxy followers believe that we didn't do anything.
Oh. Oh.
Which is not true. A lot of people did a lot of different things in their own way.
Ooh.
So, and that was kind of, devastating.
Well, you really don't know who vandalized the house, though, I'm thinking. Like, let's listen.
I'm receiving death threats.
Dang, that's messed up that her house getting vandalized got put on Roxy. Damn.
That, my house is being vandalized. My job is being called. Somebody called my job asking for me, trying to get in contact with me, and my supervisor. Then the security officer had to come and talk to me. They had to put up a thing. If anybody, basically they had to secure me to make sure no one came up to the job looking for me.
I did not know all this was going on.
That was crazy. That was the rift when we all were supposed to be working together in efforts of getting NAZIYAH's name out there, finding us.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that she's saying the police said they had everything and you didn't need to do nothing else. Let them do it. But Roxy started doing searches with Mark and collaborated with him, and then it just kind of took off. Like she wasn't standing still waiting. You know what I'm saying? And she just took it on. But I mean, everybody can't be on the same thing every time. And I think even though the police said they had what they had, I feel Roxy for taking a lead and still moving on, because the police will have you waiting and waiting and waiting. I'm saying I've seen it in the 4 years, almost 5 now, of reporting crime. They will tell you to wait. Like I remember what Keisha Kiera Coles, the postal worker from Chicago that went missing in 2018. There was a picture of her, a video of her, allegedly of her walking out of her apartment in her postal uniform, right? The day that she went missing. Come to find out, the mother looked at it and looked at it. She said it just kept weighing on her. She paid attention. It wasn't her daughter. She could tell by her walk. And the police told her, don't tell the public that ain't her daughter. And to this day, the news still is reporting that that's Kiera Coles walking down the damn street. They still ain't put that article, that video. So they'll tell you, like, when too many 911 calls of missing people, and they'll tell them, oh, maybe they're with a friend, maybe they're at a game, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. So yeah, I don't blame Roxy for taking the lead and just doing that, what she thought was right to do. If you got people that's willing to go out there and search, and let's just be real too, if she wouldn't have done that, those clothes wouldn't have been brought up either. Because they are the ones that found those clothes. Despite what y'all hearing in court, they found them. And the police notified them to ask them where they found them at. And they went and got them. But they found them first. Roxy says she found them.
With NAZIYAH. And it was a few other things. But that was the main rift that had happened with all that internet stuff. Roxy made some posts on social media about us. But, it's real messed up. It is some other things. Kiwana, I don't know if you have anything you want to say.
I do, actually. I have a lot I want to say on that subject. So, again, like she said, for the people that's questioned who else cared, we've been there since 2022. We were making calls. We were trying to gain custody. They were denying us of doing the proper investigations because they needed a child to say that they were being abused. The calls continued to go out to CPS. We did not stop. We were still moving, trying to get help. We were still reaching out to workers. We were calling, attorneys and so on. Fast forward, again, like she stated, Roxy was supposed to, and we're planning to move here in November. When the big brother ran away, I'm not going to say his name, in September of 22, a whole lot of Facebook stuff took place. That was a result of me reaching out to Rosalind's mother, which is my older cousin, just to say, hey, I need somebody to talk to. We had begun to talk regularly, despite the family telling me not to deal with her for various amounts of things or whatever they had going on. I said, you know what? Well, we continued to converse. That day I said, hey, this is happening. She said, you know what? I'm going to call you back. I want to make this call to Annette because they talk regularly. She did that. Once she got off the phone with my aunt Annette, her daughters attacked her. My aunt Annette daughters attacked Rosalind's mother on the internet, which is Facebook.
So the twins attacked Rosa's mother. Okay, that's what she said.
The texts continue to come, and that's when she posts about what was going in the home and what was going on inside the home. Fast forward, a bunch of drama, continued to happen as far as, like she said, us being spoke about on social media. I felt like that was very, that was messed up because, like she stated, we're supposed to be family. We started this. We've been doing this. We didn't just start when NAZIYAH came up missing. And I put out that abuse was going on. The facts are out. Okay, the receipts are there. It was posted on Facebook, the abuse that was happening in the home. That was in September. It was put out by Rosalind's mother, what was going on in September in the house. That being said, everybody knew. Okay?
Y'all just heard her say it was posted by Rosa's mother in September. What was going on in the house?
If you follow Facebook, I at the time didn't have a Facebook. I'm going to be real clear. And so I was getting all my information about what's going on Facebook from other people. But those that know, there was a multiple arguments. And I would just say it was messed up that she did that to us because at the time that we were standing our ground against that household, she was still in contact with Shannon. Okay? It got to a point where she was threatening us on the internet or threatening Janelle on the internet to come and kick her ass and whoever's lying on her cousin.
It wasn't me particularly. She said anybody who lied on my cousin.
Anybody who lied on my cousin about her baby daddy, I'm coming to kick their ass. Listen.
Now they saying that Roz was fighting about Jarvis before she was fighting. Is that fighting for NAZIYAH? Is that what they saying?
We were really dealing with this in real time. Okay, so fast forward, her agenda versus our agenda, everybody had their reasoning for one. And so our reason solely was because we love not just NAZIYAH, but all those children in the house. We were very active in their lives up until the point where I found out about the abuse. She found out the abuse, and they cut us off from being able to come get the children. You know, we were at birthdays, holidays, you name it. Okay, so I don't know how things happened the way they did. I don't know why she would do the things that she would do. You know, I brought them into the equation as far as letting her mom know what was going on. You know, so again, like she said, it was just messed up to say the things that were said about us on social media. There was lies put out there, you know, and it wasn't right.
It put our families in jeopardy, our professions in jeopardy.
And let me say this. The reason why I wasn't doing the things that they wanted me to do or she wanted me to do, because we already had the investigators letting us know we got everything we need. All we need y'all to do is not compromise the case and stay out of the way. Anything that y'all do outside of that is jeopardizing the case. The things that they see coming out in court now that's hanging him, they already had that from the beginning. The phone calls, the telephone calls, the phone numbers that they were given, we gave them. We said when it was with Detroit Public School Police, they were shedding in my eye. They weren't giving them the tablets and phones and so on. We were pressing the Detroit Public School Police and saying, "Oh no, she's got this tablet, she got this social media. Oh, that's not the only phone, honey. They took that phone."
I'm still trying to figure out how many tablets did they look at. I'm really leaning towards the fact that they had that school-issued tablet at home. And how if she never went home?
That phone was taken around this time. She had a phone that her mother gave her. Y'all got to go into those records and see what was going on. Okay? So we never stopped being active as far as fighting for not just NAZIYAH, but all the children. All the children.
And I'm really shocked about the school.
It was supposed to be a shared effort. It was supposed to be a shared effort, and things just went to a whole.
It just went left for some reason. I don't know why.
And schools are mandated reporters, so I mean, it's not like they have to prove it. Once you tell a school, any school, from 0 to 12, and even college, once you tell them that there's some abuse taking place, they are mandated reporters, and that's why I guess you know they can't come back and tell you what they're doing. We can't. I'm a mandated reporter. I have to report anything that goes on that don't look right, or that's not right, or that a child tells me, or another family member tell me, or whatever. But I can't come back and tell. I can tell the officers of Child Protective Service, but I can't come back and give you any information. So I think that's what some things got lost in the loop, you know?
Yeah. And may I add this before we move on? I was very upset. And again, my appreciation goes out for the word getting put out there. You know, everybody had their own efforts. But I was very upset and displeased when the children's faces was put on social media. They're minors, okay? They're minors. They suffered being bullied. There was jail time given up for having to defend the bullying. You know, the older cousin that was very close to NAZIYAH suffered. You know, they were bullying her. Your daddy this, your daddy that. You know, you got to be real.
Cousins going to school and trying to go to colleges. Can you imagine in school being harassed by other kids because somebody in your family is going through this, and then you're trying to transition into college, and then you being recognized there, like naming their names. And you know, we didn't agree with a lot of that. You know, we was trying to keep the other children. No one knew their names or who they, you know, like who they were. People only knew who NAZIYAH was, but it was just a lot of mess, and it's just unfortunate because that's not the route that we want to take.
Well, I do want to say that Shannon was on Facebook and she was posting her own kids. So once she was posting the missing stuff and all of that stuff, so it's easy. Anybody could go on her page right now and look at her kids' pictures that she got public. And so I'm not sure. You know, if they saying that Roxy had posted pictures or not, but they are already on social media.
Oh, and I got tough skin. You know, what other people's do usually don't bother me, but when it started to bother me, when it started to jeopardize my job, I'm a nurse.
That's right. And children.
It's part of my job.
And people coming to your house and people throwing threats.
I had to call the Macomb County Sheriff to my house because somebody broke the locks on my front door.
What?
I got the pictures to show it.
See, now to me, this is insane. What are these people doing to Jarvis? The person that caused all of this, that just don't make no sense to me. people they be attacking the wrong people, and that's scary. Like nobody wanted to go out and check him about nothing, but I mean, this dude was free for how long before? I mean, he got locked up on the 7th only because it was coming. He wasn't worried about nothing. He had a public shop, steady meeting people from that shop and everything, knowing what he did to other people's kids. People was too quiet about this. That's why he was able to just go on and continue his thing.
My Ring camera too. So that's troubling. Like just allowing the perception that we were involved. Like for a long time, I was mistaken. They thought I was Auntie Shannon. So I realized, they mistaken me because I'm saying I'm her aunt. They're mistaking me for Shannon. Get that. But to have some people who you're supposed to be working with to basically put things out in social media that, I mean, I'm not going to say they weren't true, but that they didn't agree with, and then have other people jump on the bandwagon of attacking you, that's just like, that's just kind of pretty,
This Jarvis guy has really disrupted you guys' life.
Oh, yes,
let's put it where it goes. This Jarvis guy,
that's where it goes.
For years and years and years have just disrupted the whole family and the community.
Absolutely.
For real.
It's not you guys. It's not NAZIYAH.
Yeah, I agree. Like that, they really need to put this on him, and hopefully they come back together. I thought I heard, I'm not sure if anybody apologized or not, but I thought I heard Roxy say that it made her cry. Somebody apologized on the stand or something, and I thought I heard her say Key, but I don't know who she was talking about. Let's go. This is what Roxy had to say.
Because you won't tell me live saying that I didn't come down here for NAZIYAH and you've been doing stuff since September and all this. My mother said what you told her. You went to her. You did. She did not come to you. You went to her. And you saying that you went to her for advice, and you know that that's a lie. You did not go to her for advice. You went to her because you knew that she was going to put it on blast.
Okay, there's two or three sides to the story. Her side, your side, and the truth. But I just wanted to put this on record because, I mean, I support both sets. I support both sides, like Janelle and Kiwana and Roxy. But Roxy is more public than anybody, so I follow the people that's talking, but I don't have a problem with nobody, and I ain't jumping on no sides because for me it's about getting justice for NAZIYAH, and as long as people is reaching for that, it's good. I hate to see them falling out, but this is a picture of NAZIYAH when she was younger with her mother. And you can tell like her mother looked drastically different, throughout the times with these pictures. She was much younger there, looked like a total different person now, but that just shows what does she go through in the household. Whatever it is, that it was so strong that they won't even talk about it still to this day. This is the twins when they cleaned up a little bit, I don't know when they took this picture, probably 20 years ago. I'm not sure. Here's NAZIYAH again in a sweatshirt with a hood on, with her hands in the pocket. That's her again in the bathroom. And then I think this might be Florentino. I think so. He's a guy. And it looked like it could be Florentino. What y'all think? But we're going to finish listening at what Roxy has to say.
That's why you went to her. You're trying to play devil's advocate. Well, you know that that's not true. So like I said, you was throwing shots at me and Tammy's live, talking about why I didn't come down here for NAZIYAH, and you was doing you've been doing stuff since September, and you've been doing this and you've been doing that. When have you come help me search? You did not go to her for advice, Kiwana.
Stop playing. You did not go to her for advice. You went to her because you knew that she was going to put it on blast. Everybody know that if you go to her and tell her something, and it ain't right, she's going to put it on blast. And that's just exactly what she did. I don't understand. You know what the issue is? What the issue is that I don't understand how you saying that you went to another family member for advice about something that you knew was going on with your cousin that you was very, very, very close to, right? You was very close to. How in the hell did you need to get advice from somebody else? How did you need to get advice when you knew what was going on? And you always talk about how you on some street shit. You don't do the internet shit. Oh, I do street shit. I pull up. I do this. I do that. So how come you ain't pull up and go get her? That's what I want to know. How come you didn't pull up and go get her? Since you so street, since you like to pull up on people, how come you ain't pull up and go get NAZIYAH? Kiwana, I don't give a damn about the twins. I don't give a damn about when she went on there and when she didn't go over there. What I'm asking you is, how come you didn't go over there and go get NAZIYAH when you knew what was going on in the house? And you knew what was going on in the house. I'm going to say way before that, but since you said September, let's go ahead and stick it to September. How come you did not go over there and get NAZIYAH in September when you knew about it? That is what I'm asking you. Answer the question. I don't give a damn about you talking to my mama. You're deflecting. You don't need to ask nobody about no advice about what to do when somebody is getting molested. You would know what to do if it was happening to your damn child. So how you going to somebody else and asking them, oh, cuz, what should I do? What you mean? Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. I already know how you cut. I already know how you cut. Everybody know how you cut. So you're not even making that make sense. How was you going to somebody else? That's just like they dumbasses going to the Detroit public school talking about, my granddaughter is missing.
Right, that is stupid.
Make it make sense, Key. You're not making it make sense. Since you trying to shit on me talking about you been doing something before January. You still can't answer the question. She's talking about Roxy, did you know in September? She can't even answer the question. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. I told you I was done with you before. I'm done with you, bro. You can't even answer the question. You can't even answer the question. I'm done. I'm done. Period. Don't come on my live trying to question me about say you can't even answer the question. Fuck you mean?
Like I said in 2000.
Yeah, so that what I look like getting in the middle of this is a family issue. I'm not taking no sides on nothing, and I'm on the side of NAZIYAH. But I definitely wanted to know what the heck was going on because I just couldn't imagine why they were feuding, and it's petty stuff. So hopefully they have fixed it. They might have already fixed it. But I just wanted everybody to be on the same page with what's going on. And then I want to make sure that I put these other pictures in here of her. Well, wait, I already showed, and yeah, I'm sure y'all probably seen it, but not everybody, because it's a lot of people in the world, right? So these are pictures of NAZIYAH with her mother. So obviously her mother has come around and throughout the years and taking pictures and in communication with her at some point. These are the aunties that you just heard Roxy say, I don't care, give a damn about the twins or whatever they talking about or whatever she said. And then this is NAZIYAH again. So I'm about to take these out because I want to be able to put a couple more in here. But yeah, this is so sad, man. Look at her with her mom. I just wonder what did her mom go through? This stuff is so deep that people can't talk about it. That's the thing that really just blow me away. even to this day with her daughter being missing. I mean, nobody has said what her well, we heard somebody said somebody named Charles that the mother was married to. But this is one of them pictures that I was talking about where he looked like shit to me. You know what I'm saying? And this one even worse than that. Like, get out of here. And then this is the mother on the end. That's the latest picture. That's Vari, her brother. And that's Roxy in the middle. So I want to congratulate and thank everybody for, all the family members for putting it out there for us to see and follow and share calls to actions, which I did. The call to action is to please sign that petition that Tamara Liberty Smith put out. And she said, in honor of the late Dr. Martin Luther King, who quoted, "If it were not for injustice, man would not know justice. We are standing for justice today. NAZIYAH Harris' life was tragically taken because of a decision to allow a known pred to be in the house." I didn't know that was on there. Who was given a second chance. I'm asking you to sign the petition and demand this change. This is what need to happen. And let me see what y'all saying. Shout out to everybody that's still in the building listening in. This is a great live. I've heard some of the evidence, but you're showing so much that I have not seen. Okay, good. Thank you, Nicole, for letting me know. So that's why I'm gonna continue to do what I do over here, because only thing that makes sense to me is facts. It just get too confusing, and to me, confusion comes from the devil. Okay. So that's how I think about confusion. I don't like it. I like clarity. I like to follow what what the court is following. It's so many different angles you can take with this. I can't be all over the place. We keeping up with what people saying too, but I like to show proof of what I'm saying. And there's some other things, like I'm still questioning that that tablet. How many tablets did she have? Now we too long now, so I'm not gonna do it now, but the next one is gonna bring up the information that we got from the hearing about the tablet. And this is what's making me believe that it's only one tablet. Okay. Because it's making me, I'll show y'all why I believe that it's only one tablet. I could be wrong, but it seems like it. So the grandmother threatened to have family members arrested if they tried to remove the kids, and if they tried to help them too. Like, so you would rather, for the sake of a dang on check, you would rather let him stay and sleep from pillow to post and everybody couch and put him in dangerous situations when he could have been in a loving household with his family member, whether it been Jernell, Kiwana, who says she is the favorite cousin, older cousin, and who he shared a lot of stuff with. So I'm just so happy that Mark DeAndre has his hands on him and he done got him a job and stuff. And I hope that things go better for him. But even as a grown adult, you need your parents. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't never stop needing your parents or want your parents, right? So a child out here in this evil, cold world, and then you was in a household that you ran away from because you wasn't getting the love that you wanted there. If it ain't, you wasn't obviously getting the love that you wanted there. Many kids that ran away from there. That tells me that there's something going on in that household. Like, that need to be investigated. So, this girl, NAZIYAH, she didn't die in vain. And it's so sad that she had to be the one that he did this. All of the people that he did this to, he took her out. Why? What made him become a killer? Or do he have some other bodies that don't nobody know about? I wouldn't put nothing past this bastard. Nothing. I can't even call him a sheep in wolf clothing, because he showed who he is. He tells people who he is by his actions. and nobody took him serious. And this baby had to suffer. She was groomed, and it didn't start in no damn 22. They only going off of proof. See, in court, it's about what you can prove, not about what you know. And so if it ain't no proof, it didn't never damn happen. If it wasn't for these police devices, we wouldn't know what we know now, because this granny, you think she was gonna go live when she don't see a damn thing?
I got my glasses on. I don't see them.
You need glasses, man?
Yeah, my daughter has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take a moment to go get her glasses?
Yeah.
Maybe you could just stand up and take another look around.
Okay. Yes.
Do you see Mr. Butts in the court today?
Oh, there
Could you
he
point to him and
is.
identify a piece of clothing that
I didn't know he was over there.
Uniform with the blue mask.
For the record, the witness is identified Jarvis.
Just ridiculous, the shenanigans. But yeah, she sure wasn't gonna get no justice from that granny at all. Yeah, 11 kids and foster kids living with the grandmother, getting paid by yep. And they don't mind paying her, even at the expense of the dang on children. The system failed her too. The community actually is fighting for her. And these family members are speaking up. I commend them. They could be silent. Silence is violence. Like, if something is going on and you won't help, you got to speak up. People can only speak for you for so long. You got to speak for yourself, because people respect it more when it's coming from the family. If it's anything that you haven't got justice for, speak up.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock. Nanny boo boo.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be some other cases coming about. You know, they got to get through this one. I could see some other cases coming after this, but they got to get this one first. And everything else is going to fall behind. You best believe CPS, these foster parents, all this stuff, it's going to be something after this. I believe it. Ain't no way they're going to be able to just be like, oh, okay, that's it. That's all. We still ain't got justice as long as it ain't nobody. But what real justice is it? And I feel like the baby need to be tacked on there. Like, what? The baby? She was at least 4 months. If we going off of evidence, September 2023, he knew she was pregnant. That put her at 4 months. I believe she was 4 to 5. I said that. And she looked it. So that baby should have got justice as well. But they ain't talking about that. Why? Because they never found her body to prove that she really was pregnant. I guess. That sucks though. What about the little baby? That's it for today, y'all. Man, I've been live for 4.5 hours. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. If you did not get a chance to subscribe to the channel, please do. So yes, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Double tap the screen to thumbs up if you didn't get a chance to. Or hit those 3 dots to the right. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Shout out to my BFF. Shout out to all my moderators and members. And also subscribers. Please like your Joe. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all my new subscribers and all the old ones. Yeah. We wish you was, but it don't. Yeah. Not looking good, man.
MTGBLLC.
Make this go viral. Make this go higher.
Peace and love, y'all. We out.